Good afternoon. How on earth are we today? Let's switch over here. I hope we're all very well. I do apologize that we've not done one of these for a little while. You know how things go, though. Every now and then your mind simply won't agree, or family situations come up. There's little that can actually be done. Anyway, let us begin. Oh, that's the point. I was planning to move the chat box, wasn't I? I'll try it out there for a little while, see how that goes. This is full screen. I did not wish it to be full screen. Good point, I can just do display capture, can't I? That is display capture. Ignore me. We can do it that way. Anyway, let us begin. A package marked return to sender. My neighbor is one of those annoying wannabe YouTube personalities. Over the years, I've seen him cough out cinnamon, lay flat on the hood of his car as it slowly creeps down the driveway, and douse himself in lukewarm water. All the while screaming epic win, epic fail, or fuck, epic maintenance of the status quo. For all I know, it can get tiring to watch him go about his shenanigans in the pursuit of viral fame. So when he knocked on my door the other day, told me he was going away for a few weeks and asked that I get his mail. Honestly, it was a relief. I can't explain the peace of mind I had knowing I didn't have to brace myself for any of his stupidity for a while. I was always afraid his stunts would wind up bleeding over into my life. Things were pretty normal for the first couple of days. He received a few bills, a bit of spam, and what I could only assume was a birthday card. Then, one evening, I got home to find a cardboard box waiting on his front porch. In big red letters was written, "Return to sender." I'm no small fry, but I admit I had trouble lifting the box on my own. It was really freaking heavy. Lugging it across the road to my house was even harder, and I quickly realized there was no way I was going to drag it up the stairs and go through my front door. I decided to leave his package in my garage. Wasn't like I kept my car in there. The garage door was a piece of shit that refused to open without a good thunk and a whack. It was less trouble just leaving the car in the driveway than it was to fight with the garage door every morning and night. In hindsight, I should have set the package down while I struggled to open the tricky door. But you know how it is when you've got a good grip on something. No point in setting it down if you don't have to. It was as I kicked the door for the third time that I lost my grip on the package, and it fell to the ground. I heard a light crack inside. Shit, I cursed. I hoped I hadn't broken anything important, but figured I just wouldn't tell my neighbor about it and let him assume the broke happened en route. Hands free, I finally managed to get the garage door unstuck, and boy did it screech in protest as it rolled up and over me. I dragged the box the rest of the way, setting it in the corner whenever my neighbor would come back to claim it. Then I forgot all about it, until a few days passed, that is. I'm not sure exactly how long it took for that smell to waft in from the crack under the garage to the house. But it came in slow progressions. It was a sickly sweet odor, similar to a skunk, and for the first few days after I smelled it, I genuinely assumed that's exactly what it was. Roadkill that had left its mark on my house. It was only when I realized the scent was growing more intense instead of fading that I went looking for the source. That's when I opened the garage door, and that's when the odor knocked me back. A superfluous text. The culprit wasn't hard to identify. The only change in my garage was the box in the corner. I remember thinking it must have been one of those meat of the month subscription boxes. The meat must have gone rancid from being left out of the fridge for so long. How much meat could have been in there for the box to have been that large and heavy? The entire freaking cow? Where? I covered my nose as I approached the box, a pair of scissors in my hand. I probably wouldn't have needed them to open it, as it had become soggy enough at the bottom to poke through with a finger. But I wasn't about to poke my finger into spilling meat juices. That soggy bottom was the reason I had to open the box in the first place. If I tried to drag it out whole, everything would spill onto the floor. I was going to have to dump the pieces of meat, one garbage bag at a time, and take them down to the dumpster, a process I wasn't looking forward to. My scissors tore through the tape along the top of the cardboard box, though the smell couldn't get any worse. But as I flipped the flaps open, I discovered a whole new garment of stink. It was like opening a burning oven, but instead of a heat wave, it was met with waves of piss, sweat, shit, putrefaction. Don't think I could have handled that scent mingling with the horrors coming out of the box. I'm not ashamed to admit I ran out the door for a breath of fresh air. But in the short time I'd spent in the garage, the smell had become so ingrained in the fabric of my clothes that it clung to me like a shadow. Nothing I tried could keep the smell out of my nostrils. Not air fresheners, not face mask, nor 3 showers and a change of clothes. Every second the box lay open in my garage was another second the smell was allowed to was allowed a foothold in my house. I had to bite the bullet. I returned to the garage, the flaps of the box still open as though inviting me to look. I was prepared, a clothespin pinning my nostrils shut. Clothes peg. A garbage bag in one hand, the strongest cleaning I could find in the other, and long rubber gloves to keep my skin from having to touch what was inside. But as it turns out, I needed none of those things. Doesn't it always, Roskill? And hello. I wouldn't have to touch or clean the contents of the box. I would only have to suffer the nightmares every night. You see, there was meat in the box, but it didn't come from a cow or a pig. No, it was worse than that. It was my neighbor, dead, still in one piece, but dead. I called the cops, and naturally they took me in for interrogation. It's kind of hard not to be a suspect. The man with the corpse in his garage, after all. Thankfully, they soon realized I wasn't involved. My DNA might have been all over the box, the smell might have left a mark throughout my house, but there was one piece of irrefutable evidence in my neighbor's own hands that proved my innocence. A vlogging camera, as opposed to all those other cameras. They showed me the footage only once. I'm not sure they're allowed to. Or if they felt so bad for me, they figured it couldn't hurt. Either way, I saw it. My neighbor was sitting in the box outside of a shipping facility, laughing as he told the world how he was going to mail himself across state lines. He'd brought pee bottles, food, a pillow, a few flashlights. His friend, a guy I'd seen at his place several times, to help him with his stunts, closed the lid and presumably dropped him off for shipment. Throughout the next couple of hours, or days, I'm honestly not sure, my neighbor recorded a few short clips about his progress. I think I'm in the truck now. I can feel it moving. Must be a warehouse. Pretty warm here. Still got plenty of food. That kind of stuff. And then, on the last entry, the box toppled over. He broke his neck. And that was it. The camera recorded until either the memory card got full or the battery died. There's one thing I didn't tell the police after they showed me the video. One thing I heard in the footage that will haunt me. Sorry. The haunted footage that will haunt me to the day I die. Just after the tumble that broke his back, I heard the familiar screeching sound of my garage door. Very amusing. Though I have to say, if that was the case, surely he would have been aware. Like, I'm gonna gently break this though. Small people, regardless of their size, you can tell when you're picking up a box with a person in it. Hey, if it gives you the urge to write something, do it, man. I absolutely endorse that. Where did that My man, I'm small as well. And as I say, I've been in boxes. I've been transported about in the back of vans. Not at the same time, I hasten to add. I mean, yeah, it's doable. But do you really want the Royal Mail being in charge of your life? Or FedEx? Not FedEx. Yeah, we do have FedEx. Parcel Force, DPD, Hermes, all of these. Alright, never mind, you beat me. There we go. Oh, there's that one, a nice short one to get us into the mood. I picked out a few as you can't tell. We have a few to choose from, though. And by choose from, I mean I'm probably going to read fucking all of them. A text box ghost. Oh. Right, fair enough. I am not entirely with it today. I answered as spam, cool. I take it these are creepypastas then? Title tells me anyway. Basically, yeah. r/nosleep is supposed to be based in reality, but let's face it, it's not. But yes, it's very much along the lines of creepypasta, but far more grounded generally. So there's always an element of, well, possibly. Just the title of the story, yeah. They're pretty much all along that kind of line, except this one. I mean, that one's fairly self-explanatory. And then you just get subtle. Hello, is this Mr. Henderson? There was no real reason for me to pick up the phone. The spam app on my cell called out mystery number right away. But hell, I thought, fuck it. There was no one else left in life for me to talk to. Even a debt collector sounded like a good for a moment. Jesus. My wife was murdered in 2015. There really isn't an easy way to say that other than getting it out in the way early. It was a random robbery gone wrong. One rainy night, some sick, tweaky fuck snuck into our house and shot her. So it wasn't down an alleyway. Interesting. The suspect was caught 2 days later and sentenced to life in prison. He still sits in there today. I've worked in web development ever since. The job is remote, and the field caters to my hermit-like behavior. Out there in the woods of northern New Jersey, the lack of drug testing is really just an added benefit. I was perfectly free to fuck up, the remedy of my own life. I don't have any friends anymore, not really. Sometimes I guess it's easy to look for companionship in the wrong places. Ah, right, yes. I will say, Corpse husband, or if you know him better as just Corpse, the one with that lovely voice, started off doing creepypasta readings. He's actually very good. And he does some that I've not heard anyone else do. Senior or junior? I replied to the lady with a sigh before settling into the armchair in my office with a bottle of wine. It was raining that night. The wind whipped the old pine trees in our backyard so hard I thought it might topple. Senior, said the pretty, calm voice on the other line. She sounded familiar, but I blamed that notion on the half-empty bottle of wine. Apologies, ma'am, but Senior died 6 years ago, I said, a little annoyed at the lack of record-keeping at this place. You can't be surprised at that. She paused. Oh gosh. Gosh, that is not what we have here. I'm very sorry. We were not aware. Please forgive the intrusion and assumption. Would you mind pausing while I check my records? Never heard of him, weirdly enough. Interesting. Yeah, I would say definitely such a corpse. He's recently been in a lot of gaming streams with, say, Penguin Zero, Ludwig, and, what's her name? The one that... I can't remember his name. But yeah, big Twitch streamers. I would highly recommend it, though. He is good. A filing cabinet clicked steadily in the background as static crinkled. My guess was that the woman held the receiver to her shoulder. I chuckled a bit at the lack of audio quality. No calling service would do that. No, that's okay, no problem at all. No worries. Why don't you start by telling me your name? I asked, cursing myself for the hint of shameless flirting at the end. How is that flirting? She giggled. Something about that laugh was very familiar. My name is Emily, and I work with his credit card company, she said in a rehearsed tone. Unfortunately, we cannot divulge which firm over the phone. If you are not the account, which, you just admitted yourself, of course. Okay. I'm guessing that you are Mr. Henderson's son, she mumbled while audibly thumbing through papers. Yes, ma'am. That's right. But it's been years. I could not possibly be stuck with the old man's debt, right? I asked hopefully. You're talking in America. Of course you are. Well, let's check, shall we? There was a panicked shuffling and opening of books in the background. I'm so sorry, sir, she replied with a regretful tone. The rules are in one of those 3-ring binders, and they are very difficult to find. Please hold a moment. I don't buy any of this yet. That's okay. Did not know anybody still kept records that way. Do I get an email confirmation of this charge as well? I asked. Excuse me. Email, like electronic mail, a confirmation of the charge? I asked again, allowing my confusion to turn to frustration. What was this lady's problem? We don't do that here. Still a few years away from all those fantasy features, she continued. in 2015. She continued, but as you know, late payments are a pretty serious issue. They can even affect the credit score of an individual when a large amount has not been paid. Okay, of course, I said, genuinely starting to grow worried and a bit frustrated. What can I do? Is there a Mrs. Henderson in the household? She asked quietly. Quietly, not quickly. There. Miss Henderson died in '06. What year did you say? Oh my gosh, that's horrible. I really am batting 1,000 today. What? I've never... Weird phrases. I gasped. That was it. That phrase. I don't know if it was why she said it. Was the way she said it, or the fact that simply not that many people use that exact language. But as soon as she did, something clicked in my memory. My wife worked for a credit card company before we met. Her name was also Emily. The voice sounded like hers, but it was younger, more hopeful than I remembered. What is your last name? I asked. The line went silent. Look, I know that's a weird question, but please, I think we know each other. I can't give that information out, she started. Okay, did you go to Jefferson Memorial High School? Yes, she said, astonished. How did you know that? It was impossible. Emily was dead. The voice on the phone barely even sounded like her. It was younger, happier, more optimistic, and the type of dream was actually the type of thing that had kept me up a million sleepless nights in the past, and yet I was awake. Could it be coincidence? Is your mother's name Eva? There was silence on the other end of the line. Then her mouse-like reply confirmed my suspicion. Who is this? I took a deep breath. Either I understood what was happening, or I lost my mind. Might as well enjoy the ride. The next question is going to sound strange. What is today's date? I'm sorry, sir, what? One moment. She paused and shuffled around some more papers. Today's date is the 9th of June, 1999. July. Dyslexia's a bitch? It was impossible. Could it be the storm, the anniversary of her death? Emily, listen to me. Okay, so this conversation is getting a little strange. Let's keep it to payment plan. Listen to me very carefully. One day you are going to meet a man. You're going to love him, Emily, and he will love you more than you ever know. I had to give her something to remember. On your first holiday together, he will buy you a gift for all 12 days of Christmas. Sounds dreamy, she replied with a laugh and a sigh. Are you one of those psychics? I'm serious. You'll marry this man, Emily. He'll buy you a ring you always wanted. The ceremony will be beautiful. One in your hometown. Your entire family will be there, including Aunt Zelda and one grandma from Tennessee. I like this fortune cookie. she said with dripping sarcasm. But 2 years later, on July 9th, 2019, you'll be murdered in the home you share together. She shifted the phone nervously. So what do I do? First I tried to tell her to avoid the house that day, to never date me, to stay away forever and find a better life somewhere else. But somewhere in the middle of my rant, the line disconnected. To the tune of the blood-curdling scream. I called back to find non-working number. She never answered again. I fell asleep listening to thunder rolling through the sky. The scream from that night repeated from time to time with flashes of her body on the floor, occasionally invaded my mind. I never questioned the call. I never asked why. Maybe it was God, maybe it was just time. But yesterday morning when I woke up, Emily was by my side. And there's a link. Do we... Yeah, fuck it. Oh. No. No, we don't. Yeah, that one just comes across as someone trying out shorter story writing. What do you think? Ah, excuse me. My son's camera monitor alerted in the middle of the night. I checked it and saw my wife and son sitting on the bed. They weren't my wife and son. And this is reasonable in length. Actually rather short. Hang on, what's that? Part 2. Ooh. Get you open nice and quick. Is there a part 3? No. I'm a nurse, and I currently work nights. It's a total drag, but I'm hopeful I can go to days soon, since some co-workers are planning on retirements. Anyway, I was working one night when, just after 3 a.m., my son's monitor alerted me to sounds of movement. To sound and movement, sorry. No big deal at all. He probably coughed loudly or sneezed or something. He's 3 now, so generally sleeps all night. I bring it up on my phone and I see him and my wife sitting on the bed. Again, no big deal. He might have cried and gotten scared or something. Hello, fishy. I was about to close the app when I noticed they were acting strange, almost creepy. And when I say almost creepy, I mean creepy as balls. They were sitting on the bed together, both of them just staring up at the camera with blank, emotionless stares. The night vision is black and white, so they had white eyes. Eerie-looking eyes. They didn't move at all aside from their visible breathing. They just sat there, staring at the camera. What's this about? Check the video name I sent you. I will look at that when I'm done with this. And you have joined at the very beginning. So worry not. I close the app and give my wife a call to make sure everything is okay. I never get to call home on lunch, so in a way, it was kind of nice to get to talk to my family while at work. It rings a couple of times before she answers, with a very groggy hello. It was like she was dead asleep when I called, and she looked wide awake on the camera. Hey, you guys okay? Huh? Yeah, Buddy, my son's nickname, came in like 15 minutes ago. Seemed scared, so he could. So I said he could sleep with Mama. I'm confused here, since I saw them in his room a minute ago. Literally 60 seconds had passed since I closed the app and made the call. Wait, so you guys are in bed? Yeah, I fell back asleep right away. Everything okay? Everybody keeps waking me. She's kind of annoyed. Bird, I want to sleep though. I mean, that's okay. You can if you wish. I'm not holding you here, fish. Also, Gibbed. Hi! I hope all is well. Hang on a sec. I put her on speaker and bring the app back up, hoping I don't see it. When the app loads, I get a pang of intense nervousness in my stomach that I haven't had in a long time, since I was a kid in school and realized while I was eating breakfast a paper or something was due that day and I hadn't done it. My heart leaps into my throat. My wife and son are sitting on the bed, looking up at the camera. Same emotionless stare. Sorry, Dove, but you don't mind if I dip, do you? Why would I? Don't worry, man, it's all good. XCOM is good. It is a wonderful game, I will say that much. Enjoy yourself. Hello? You guys are in bed, right? Yeah. We're trying to sleep. Well, I'm looking at the camera and I see you two sitting on his bed. Huh? No. We're in bed. See you later, fish. I know that's what you mean, but I'm looking at his bed, and you two are there. Hang on, she says. She's quiet for a sec. While she brings up the camera on her phone, I hear this guttural, terrified gasp, like she had sucked all the air in the room into her lungs, filling them to capacity. I don't hear this kind of gasp from my wife often. Usually only when she's truly afraid, like during a jump scare in a movie. Or one time when we turned back on our son for literally a second, and he was down the mailbox inches from the road. I hear rustling of sheets, and the line goes dead. Of course, I'm absolutely terrified myself, so I immediately call back. It goes to voicemail, so I call again. I call again and again with no answer. Finally, after about 4 minutes, she calls me. I tell you that 4 minutes felt like 40 years. Have a good one, Roscoe. Hey, what's happening? I asked. She's absolutely hysterical and crying. I can't understand a word she says. Stop. Slow down. For just a second, I say. She slows down enough to explain they are in the car and driving to her parents. She looked at the camera, and when she saw what was on saw what was on it. She got up, grabbed our son, and rushed downstairs out the door. Didn't close the garage. Don't worry about it, I said. I'll drive by when I get off, and close it. We live in a generally safe neighborhood, so I'm not too concerned the door is up. You will not go in there, she says. Hell no, I return. Why are we on the camera? She asked. Is it recording? I don't know, I return. I'm going to keep watching it and see if there's anything I can tell, do, or code words with Buddy. What? Hold on. I don't know, I return. I'm going to keep watching it and see if there's anything I can tell. Do our code words with Buddy. Alright, I getcha. That makes more sense. Little tip, yes, having code words with your children is a fantastic thing, especially if you're picking them up from schools. Make sure they ask whoever is picking them up for a passcode or something to that effect. And if they don't say them, the child knows to go get a teacher. Very good. We have code words because we're nerds. We've seen too many pod people and imposter movies. There's a helicopter. At this time, that is unusual. There we are, he's gone now. Mostly. We have code words. We're nerds. We've seen too many pod people and imposter movies, so we decided a long time ago to make code words with each other to be able to tell if one of us is an imposter. We have a couple code words, but we also have 3-sentence story we recite together, each saying a different part, alternating of each other. Alternately. I heard her on the phone saying things we taught our son. He giggles as he says them. He does every time we practice, since he thinks they're a joke and doesn't have any idea of the real meaning. We're both convinced he's our son. My wife then says our part, and I'm convinced she's her. We made up these words as a complete joke to ourselves. I never once in my life ever imagined we'd actually need them. Unreal. She got to her parents safely, and it was hard to hang up. I told her we'll figure it out in the morning, hopefully just a glitch. She said she didn't think it was a glitch. When she was running out, she had to run by our son's room, and the door was open. There was a little flashing light on the back of the camera that indicated it's connected to the internet. It gives off just enough light that when she ran by and she saw, out the corner of her eye, a shadowy outline of what could have been an adult sitting on our son's bed. It sends chills down my spine to think about. Knowing they were safe and out of the house is the only thing that kept me at work that night. It was a long 4 hours, but I kept checking the cameras every chance I got. Sure enough, they were still sitting on the bed, staring up at the camera with motionless gazes. Emotionless. Oh, excuse me. Oh, my apologies. I studied them to see any pattern from their breathing to their blinking. Their breathing was steady and looked normal. It was their blinking that would tell me if this was just some kind of bizarre time-looped freak accident video or not. I intently stare at my phone, count the seconds between each blink, telling myself if this is a loop, then their blinks should be even and occur on the same time each time. There was no pattern to their blinking. It was erratic and random, just as a person blinking should be. The passing hours are what finally sealed the deal that this was not a weird looped video of some kind. My son's window is visible in the camera, and I can see I can see on the camera that it's getting lighter outside. His curtains keep out just enough light to prevent the camera from exiting night vision, but lets in just enough to be able to tell the sun is rising. I try to figure out what the hell I'm going to do before I leave work. Calling the police comes to mind, but I talk myself out of it. First of all, what am I supposed to say? Someone is in my house that looks like my wife but isn't. Worse yet, what if they are entities of some kind, and the police do go over, and it kills them or something? I decide to tell co-workers about it. He's a firm believer in the paranormal, and might have a suggestion. I show him the video and tell him the story. His initial response of, "That's creepy as fuck," doesn't help much, but he says he wants to go over and check it out. He says we both should, to see if not my wife will try and act like my wife. I tell him absolutely not, and he says we should at least go to the house, even if we don't go in. I agree, and I agree on that, since I wanted to close the garage. We go to the house and walked around the perimeter first, not sure what we wanted accomplished by that, but it felt like something we should do. The curtains were all drawn, since nobody was there to open them in the morning, so we couldn't see anything. I went to close the garage and suddenly had this overwhelming urge to go inside and investigate. It was like I just had to know what was going on, so in we went. We walked through the kitchen towards the foyer, where the stairs are. It's so quiet in our house right now, you could hear the feather drop, forget the pin. We stop at the bottom of the stairs and wait a few seconds. I looked at the camera again. They are still sitting there. I've never been so scared in my life. My co-worker puts his foot on the first step, and I suddenly say stop, loudly. Forget this, we're out of here. I tell him, come on. I start making my way back to the kitchen. We hear a loud creak in the floor from upstairs. It's my son's room. He has a very loud, creaky board right in the middle of his floor that's almost impossible not to step on. My wife and are still deciding if my wife and I are still deciding if we ever want to fix it, because it will alert us if he's ever up to no good, when he gets older, trying to sneak out or something. Come on, come on, come on! I yell as I motion for him to move his ass. We're out of the house in about 2 seconds. Out on the street, I check my phone. Now only not my son was sitting on the bed. Same blank stare. Not my wife was gone. Holy shit, my coworker says. That was stupid as fuck of us. Do not tell my wife we went inside. She would be so ungodly mad if she found out what we just did. I use my garage door opener in my car to close the door before we leave. I look at the camera again. Not my wife is back, on the bed, with not my son, both staring blankly up at the camera, blinking every few seconds. That was all about 4 days ago now. Not my wife and not my son are still sitting on the bed, staring up at the camera. They haven't moved a millimeter. We obviously haven't gone back to our house. What do we do? And happily there is a part 2. I'm curious, actually. 2 years ago. Yeah. That's fine. I can't rationalize this one yet. Same title. I'm sorry it's taken so long. It's been an emotional month. I've felt like I'm losing my mind, or already lost it. Been in the hospital for 3 weeks. You'll remember I left off at my wife's parents' house, not sure what the hell to do. My wife and I argued about it. My in-laws said call a priest. I told my wife we're calling the cops, and that's it. The day we finally called the cops would be day 6. Not my family was still sitting on the goddamn bed, staring at the camera. I told the dispatcher there were intruders in my house, leaving out the part where they look exactly like my family. I told her we were out of the house, but I would meet the police there. She dispatched 2 units. My wife begged me not to go. I told her I had to be there. I had a foolproof plan. I'd take her mum's iPhone and FaceTime with my wife while showing the police the camera on the phone. They would see this is a fucked up situation and hopefully proceed with caution. My co-worker friend said he would come with me as well. My friend and I beat the cops to the house. Like most of you mentioned in your comments previously, I was packing heat. I have a concealed carry, so I had my 1911.45 on me. I was not concerned this would bother the cops, as I was going to inform them of its permit, and that I was currently carrying. What I wasn't going to tell them was that I had my father-in-law's AR-15 in my trunk. It's almost funny how many of you mentioned that was the way to go in the previous entry. I didn't plan on telling the cops about it because I was not planning on needing it. They would come armed and prepared. They showed up and I let them know I was armed, and they enacted my plan. I initially told them the story. They looked at each other like I was crazy, and they didn't believe me. I FaceTimed my wife, so they could see that she was, in fact, not in the house, despite what the camera was showing. They still didn't seem to believe me. But this did pique their interest. I hung up with the wife and told her I'd call her back as soon as we knew something. So now we're sure this isn't a recording, and officer started repeating what I said. It's not. The day-night cycle has changed every day. They blink, their blinking is erratic and not cycled. This is not a repeat, I said. My friend spoke up. I have an idea. Turn the volume up. I'll go throw a pebble at the window. He went around the back while I turned up the volume to the max. Okay, I'm tossing. We heard a light tick sound from outside, but the 1 second delay on the camera came in loud and clear through the phone. Not my wife moved at the sound of the pebble hitting the window. The first time I'd actually seen her move aside from the time she wasn't on screen when I initially went inside the house the first day. She turned her head towards the window, just slightly, before turning back to the camera. Okay, so this is live, an officer said. Okay, sir. I need you and your friend to stay outside here. We're going to go in and find out what's going on here. Should you ask for more units? I asked hopefully. Not at this time. We're going to assess the situation first. They don't appear to be armed, but we're going to be cautious. I opened the garage for them, and they made their way in towards my kitchen door. They radioed dispatch that they were heading in and to stand by. They disappeared into my house. A few seconds after they went in, the camera went out. I wanted to vomit, and I felt like if I put my fingers in my mouth, I'd be able to feel my heart, since it had leapt so far into my throat. Shit, I yelled to my friend. I immediately popped the trunk and got my rifle out, ran into the garage, my friend right behind me. We got inside just in time to hear the low guttural howl from upstairs, demonic sounding almost, along with raised voices from the police. There were several shots. Need backup shots. He was cut off. Oh my god, my friend howled. He was scared shitless, but so was I. God fucking damn it, I knew it, I said, running upstairs. Why would you go towards it? My son's room is the first one you come after getting upstairs. So his wall is also what you see as you walk up the stairs. As I reached the top, I laid into the wall with my rifle. It has 30-round magazine, but I felt like I fired 100 shots. I fired all over the place, knowing full well the ammo would go through the wall like it was paper, concentrating on where my son's bed would be, but also near the door towards the floor, as well, in case whatever these things were thought to duck. We heard shrieks of pain coming from the room, then nothing. They just shot the fucking police. My friend and I paused for a minute before deciding to go in, because the camera was still out. We heard whimpering coming from the room. There was a dead cop in the hallway. We had to step over. It was awful. I'll never be able to unsee it. His head was several feet away from his body, in the threshold to our guest room. We found the other cop in my son's room, right inside the doorway. He had several large holes in his torso, as if he'd been impaled. Exactly what I was afraid would happen had happened. I called the cops, and whatever these things were, killed them. When we entered the room, we found the source of the whimpering as not my wife. She was laying on her back on the floor, holding her torso. That was bullet-ridden, breathing heavy. The scene was awful, and I can hardly put into words how awful it was. I now know, just like I did then, they weren't my family. It shouldn't have been hard. I should have been able to just go in and finish it, but instead I fell to my knees, not my wife begging for her life. "I don't want to die, honey," she whimpered. "I wanted to have more kids. I can't die now." I looked over at not my son, who had to be dead. He'd taken 2 shots at least to the head, or what was left of it. He had several more in his torso, and 1 or 2 in his legs and arms. If you have kids, seeing their lifeless, bullet-ridden body is a special kind of hell. Again, I know it wasn't my son, but it was. I was going to be sick. I'd killed my family. I turned back to not my wife. She was acting just like my wife. It even mimicked her anxiety about death that she has had in the past year or so. It's not her man. I forgot my friend was even there. It's not her. Shoot it. I know what you guys are thinking. How many times this has happened in the movies, and you scream at your TV for the main character to just shoot the imposter, because it's not their loved one. I guess movies get it right somehow. I'll never roll my eyes at a character who can't kill an imposter again. "Please don't shoot me," it begged. My hands were shaking, and as I aimed at it, why couldn't I do it? I knew this wasn't my wife. "Listen, man," my friend began calmly. "Look at its blood. It's yellow. It's not your family." Was it yellow? It was. Seeing my family slain was so traumatic I hadn't even noticed their blood wasn't red. I steadied my aim at not my wife. Suddenly stopped begging. She began that guttural, terrifying shriek, and something black or grey started protruding from her mouth, like a tentacle or something, and I fired. At that range, her head more or less exploded. Whatever these things were, they appeared to be mortal. I was still on my knees. My friend was out in the hallway, just outside the door. We heard the sound of approaching police sirens. I'd forgotten one of the cops had gotten a shot fired call over the radio before being killed. It seemed like it had been hours, but it had only been about 5 minutes since the police had gone in. My friend went downstairs to let the police know what to expect. "They're not going to stop and talk to you, buddy." I stood up and slowly made my way into the hallway. I was lightheaded. I felt like I was going to be sick. My bedroom is adjacent to my son's. so the doorway is about a foot to the right of my son's doorway. My door was closed, but as I exited my son's room, my door opened. Not me walked out into the hallway, wearing exactly the same thing I was wearing at that time. I was shocked in place. I couldn't move, but it did. It walked towards me, and its right arm turned black and morphed into what appeared to be a tentacle. It was wiggling around like a squid or octopus appendage. When he thrust his arm at me, it solidified and impaled me through the abdomen. It then stabbed me in the left leg, just above the kneecap. I fell to the ground in pain. Its tentacle arm was wiggling again. "Why did you kill my family?" it asked. When it spoke, its voice changed pitch several times. It was my voice, much deeper, then normal again. It alternated several times, saying that one sentence it moved in closer. The rifle was gone by but I still had my .45. I pulled it out and got a shot off in its right knee. It howled as Not Me fell to its knee. I fired a couple more shots, getting into its abdomen and left side of its ribs. It breathed heavily for a few seconds before I used the last of my strength to aim proper and shot Not Me in the face. Its blood was yellow. I lay there, bleeding out, thinking this was it for sure. I still had some strength from adrenaline kicking in, so I took off my belt and tried to make a tourniquet for my leg. With my stomach wound, it was hard to give a good yank tight, though. Then I took my shirt off and balled it up and packed it into my stomach wound, and applied as much pressure as I could. Being a nurse probably saved my life. I passed out, but measures I took must have kept me alive long enough for EMS to arrive. I heard raised voices and the sound of pounding coming up the stairs before I went out. It was probably a cop, but I felt pressure from somebody trying to keep my wound packed before I went out. I was in and out of consciousness as EMS arrived, along with probably every cop in the city. I was wheeled downstairs and put in the ambulance, but while I was being loaded onto the gurney upstairs, I heard cops freaking out, and rightfully so. They'd lost 2 brothers, and there were 3 other bodies. Did he kill his brother? Are they twins? Probably referring to to Not Me's dead body. Or his whole family. Put him on armed guard while at the hospital. He'll probably be getting charged. As I was getting placed into the ambulance, I saw my friend talking to a group of about 10 cops, all listening very intently to what he was saying. I went out again in the ambulance. I woke up in the ER. My wounds had been treated. The tentacle hadn't been more than a few inches wide, so it was just slightly larger than a knife. They'd sewn me up and found that I was currently receiving a blood transfusion due to blood loss at my home. My wife had authorized them to do whatever they had to while I was unconscious. She was so extremely pissed that I went into the house. We're okay now. That's the story for another day. I was in the hospital for 3 weeks, since I ended up getting an infection and almost went septic. I needed quite a few antibiotics for the entire 3 weeks. I had cops in my room with questions. After about a week, they released me and no longer had me under armed guard. I told them absolutely everything, not caring if it made sense or not. Thank God my friend had come, since he was able to corroborate the story. Midway through my hospital stay, men with suits came to pay me a visit. They were government. I knew right away. They said they were the FBI, but I don't know if I believe that. They wanted to talk about not my family. The police chief and the coroner were involved, and it was very hush-hush. They made it clear this was not to go to the public. This is where I had to apologize, probably for an anticlimactic ending to the ordeal. I don't know what not me and my family were, neither do they. The only thing we know is that they were sentient creatures that looked like us and had yellow blood. I begged the coroner to tell me about their autopsies, but he said he wasn't allowed to say. He must have felt bad for me, since I received a bouquet of flowers a couple of days later. The card inside the envelope read, "We don't know what they are. They have some organs, we do, but in different parts of their body, aside from their brain. But what's red and pink inside us is green and yellow inside them. They're humanoid creatures, but whatever they are, they aren't human. The government thinks they might be extraterrestrial. Destroy this letter ASAP." You wouldn't write this down. Also, hello, how are you? We had our house professionally cleaned. It was almost surely a government team, since they contacted us on behalf of the police. We could not find any Google reviews or websites for the company online. My wife and I are not going to go back to our house. We would love to burn it down, but there's no way to do that and avoid suspicion of arson at this point. We'll end up taking a huge loss on the property, since everyone in our neighborhood knows there was an incident involving multiple deaths in the house. But don't know what exactly happened. It'll be hard to sell, but eventually it will. We're going to move on from here. I told everyone at work it was a home invasion, and they bought it. I'll go back to work in a couple of weeks, and we'll start looking for a new house. Again, I'm sorry. I know everyone wanted a concrete ending, and to know exactly what the fuck these things were. But we just don't know. Aliens sound good to me. I've been thinking if they were supernatural, or actual demons, gunfire wouldn't have been able to kill them. It's just hard to say. If they were aliens, why did they just sit there and creep in our house for a week? They didn't even try to take over our lives. It's hard to wrap my head around. If it's aliens, keep your eyes peeled out there. There could be more of them. I like that one. That was good. Though again, it doesn't feel based in reality, it feels like a cheap horror film. See, now the thing is, there are lots of movies like this. There's many, many that go along the same kind of plot line. Funnily enough, I've never seen one with yellow blood. They always tend to be black, don't they? As in on the inside. My tea is now gone. I'll move over to cranberry. Well, that's those two done. My son's camera has both of these. I liked that. Does this have a part 2? What's this? That's a Facebook link. Close that immediately. Wonder what material would make good blood yellow. Oh no, it's reasonably easy to create good blood effects, and then it's just colours. Ah, you're going with actual chemicals. The colour of the blood also determines whether it's oxygenated or not. Like, if it's deep red, then it's not oxygenated. But if it's a much brighter, almost pinkish colour, yeah. I'm assuming for you yellow it would most likely be sulfur, or something to that effect. I mean, if we're not talking about yellow cake uranium. I have an unusual job. The pay is good, but I really hate the moaning sounds that go with it. I could really go for some yellow cake right about now. So, I croaked, ignoring her wince at my raspy voice. You're worried that your dead husband is haunting you when you fuck other men. What? I inhaled a long drag of my cigarette and took care to blow the smoke just far enough from her face to avoid being rude. She didn't flinch, which meant she thought I had a lot to offer. Right? Pretty little thing she was, nearly 30 years old, though. I'd estimate the age of her modified chest to be about 3. Her good looks stemmed mainly from the fact that she'd clearly avoided a lifetime of hard work. I probably would have been equally attractive 25 years ago had my twin passions been vanity and stupidity. Good God. This gal was taken care of. Her expression glazed for a moment, I noticed. No, she offered timidly. It's not like that. She looked up at me with wide eyes that had been conditioned to elect sympathy, I noticed. It's just, she bit her lip. It's just that Raymond's been gone a month. But I don't think that he's gone, you know? I want to know if I should put him behind me or. She shed a tear. It started out small. His favorite sweater would be hanging on the closet, but the next morning it was lying on the bedroom floor. Not a big deal, you know? She looked around conspicuously. Despite the fact that no one was in the brightly lit sun porch beside the two of us. As if sensing my thoughts. Oh, that's her name, isn't it? Sophocles? I think? Rubbed up against my skirt. I reached down and scratched his ear. No, that's a dog. Fucking Christ. Without turning away from my client. She stared right back at me, looking over the swirly vapor dancing from my teapot spout. But then she breathed, flushing slightly pink. I would be, in an intimate moment. Masturbating or fucking? I asked bluntly. Her pink face quickly turned crimson. The first one. I'd hear a sudden bang on the bedroom door. It'd go away whenever I stopped what I was doing. What makes you think it's your dead husband? I pressed her, crushing my cigarette and lighting a new one. She gazed down to the table. He would always interrupt me, even if it wasn't about anything naughty. She looked up at me in desperation. It just feels like him. Does that make any sense? She bit her lip again. I noticed, but the worst thing was last night. That's what made me decide that this was time to talk with a, professional. God, her little pauses and cute blushing were irritating. I really wanted to slap her. Explain, I ordered, cavalierly before taking in the first drag. A long pull on the cigarette really makes people like her worth it. What? What was her name? Cindy. She seemed like a Cindy. But the Cindys of the world always scatter from my mind for just a few seconds during the first sensual puff. In those moments, I feel so capable. Last night, I coughed. Reality set back in. Listen, Cindy. It's Annie, Samantha. You must have jilled off thousands of times in your life. I'm sorry, jilled? Well, are you a jag from the wrist down? Waist, Christ's sake. She laid a dainty little hand right on her mouth. No. I'm all Jill, I suppose. I grunted. So what's the difference about jilling off now? Her eyes got wide again, but I had learned long enough to suppress a slap urge. When I'm alone in bed, I hear breathing. Only when I'm alone. It's unmistakable. Well, how hard are you working? I asked pointedly. She dropped the hand from her face. The breathing is coming from the other side of the room. I gave her an unblinking, fixed stare, and she returned it. I finally turned away when a lump of ash fell from my cigarette onto the table. Here, I offered, pouring a cup of tea from the pot. I rested my hand on the painted grapefruit and lavender design to hold it steady. Drink this. She took it obediently, blew on it, then took a sip and winced. Too hot? I asked sharply. Too bitter? She responded coolly. Too bad. I finished. Drink the whole cup, if you want to see what's on the other side. She sipped as I spoke. You've told me that Raymond's been gone a month. You're broken-hearted, but you can't move on if it's still here. The shock was terrible, wasn't it? A hit and run while he was crossing the street right in front of your own home. The worst moments of your life were squinting through the house, knowing what was outside before you saw it. The hope was the worst because you knew that your husband's broken body would be laying in the street. But the smallest part of you hoped that it wasn't true. That hope made it hurt so much more. You found him in a gory heap just beyond your front yard, and the future you'd imagined drained away like blood through your fingers. And it was the exact moment kneeling in the middle of the street at 7:13 p.m. that you realized your life had been prematurely changed to a different path, and someone else's choosing. I took an aggressive puff of the cigarette and pressed forward. The sun set while you held his already cooling hand, and you realized that this would be the first sunset you'd spent knowing he was dead, and that you would end every day with this thought on your mind from now on. She blanched. I never told you that it was a sunset. I never even said it was a car accident. I narrowed my eyes at her. The guilt was more than you expected, because part of you had actually cared about Raymond. Yes? He was old and boring, my God. You would never let him forget it. But he'd felt just so fucking fragile when you crushed his spine with your car that the anger didn't seem to make sense in the moment. I blew smoke through my nostrils. He knew it was you, Cindy. He pulled the car into the driveway and rinsed the blood so fast that no one even thought to check it for evidence. But he knew. And as he lay dying, unable to speak through shattered lungs, he stared at you without hate, malice, or vengeance. It was simple confusion. Cindy, Raymond never considered that you did it for the cash. His dying thoughts was wondering how he'd somehow been a bad husband, and he felt guilty for not knowing why. Her eyes were shimmering with tears that I believe were genuine, but I didn't give a shit. Her cup of tea was empty. "I was so careful," she whispered in a pitch that was just below the "only dogs can hear it" threshold. I rolled my eyes. "No, you weren't, sweetie. People are just stupid. And that's the only reason you've gotten away with everything so far. Really. Putting 619,138 cash in a briefcase in just asking for trouble." Her jaw hung open in shock. "How could you possibly know that?" I blew one last long stream of smoke from the cigarette. "If I were in your shoes, sweetie, I'd be much more worried about how much poisonous Olander you just had with your tea." She slammed her hands down on the table and grabbed the edges so hard that the empty cup rattled in its saucer. "What did you do to me?" I pulled the cigarette from my lips and quashed it in her empty cup. "Make peace with whatever god or devil awaits your heart," I answered flatly. Then I turned to look across the sun porch at the ghost only I could see. Raymond was a disgusting mess. His shattered spine had no hope of holding his torso rigid, so even limb flopping at unholy angles, a fountain of black blood oozing from his white lips and nose, his intestines protruding from his stomach like ground beef squeezed between grimy fingers, and the coils hung to the ground like sausage links. He stared at his young widow, or should I say, the one eye that hadn't popped into jelly was staring. I really think that Cindy would have been unnerved if she'd known he was there. Instead, she focused on me. "How long? When will it start?" she asked in utter petrification. "In just a second, sweetie," I quipped casually, lighting up another cigarette. Raymond grunted. He wasn't much for talking. What with the lollying tongue dangling impotently where his missing jaw should have been. "Oh, and one last thing, sugar." I leaned forward and gently rested my palm on the tabletop. "Raymond wants to let you know that dying really fucking hurts." She froze. Behind her, despite lacking a mouth, I could swear that Raymond was smiling. The convulsion started then, but it didn't stop for a long time. Do you have any idea how far mouth foam can spray when a dying woman just won't stop thrashing? I almost felt bad for her when I realized how hard she was trying to cry. It's a really fucking difficult task, though, when your throat is closing up. That's when Raymond sauntered over to her jittering body, knelt down and gently grazed his dead fingertips across her cheek. He looked passionately into her eye, and for just a moment I think she looked back. Then she was gone. The ghost corpse took in sight for a few moments before I interrupted him with a forced clearing of my throat. He glanced up at me with his lone, functioning eye. It was damp. I do appreciate your clear instructions on how to locate the briefcase. If everything is promised, the bill will be settled. He grunted and waved his limp, floppy arm at the body of his dead wife. Her. I'll leave her in the backyard of your house. I snuck an oleander plant into the garden during one of the night visits. They're not uncommon here in Alabama. They will explain her accidental death nicely. I wrinkled my nose. I have to say, I'll be grateful to stop sneaking into your house each night to spook this murderous little witch. Her masturbatory moans made me gag, and I hate crawling through windows. I'm not 50 anymore, you know. I took in a deep breath of nicotine-laced air. He grunted again, dangling his unresponsive arm above the dead woman once more. I asked in genuine curiosity as I approached the corpse. There's something more? He shook more eagerly, spraying a fine mist of ghost blood into the woman's purple face. Oh my, I whispered. I bent down and pried a ring from the woman's rubbery hand. There must be 24 diamonds on this, I sang. Then I slipped it onto my middle finger. It fit perfectly. Yes, thank you very much. I do appreciate tips for a job well done. You gentlemen, you. This time, I know Raymond was smiling, and I was too. My name is Patrice Burns, and I'm a hitman for ghosts that only I can see. That was rather pleasing. I don't get why they're referencing numbers, but you know. Hold on. Oh, I see. That's rather clever, actually. I like that. Inserting the time of death as a calling card. Very nice. How do I get my girlfriend to knock off this annoying habit? See, now this one may help me. Anyway, so I've been dating my girlfriend for almost a year, and last month we moved in together. Maybe that's kind of fast. No, it's not. I don't know. My parents sure thought it was, but honestly, everything was getting in the beginning. It was great in the beginning. We got along really well, and we've never had more than a brief argument. But then started whistling. But then she started whistling. It's so dumb, I know. But she's always whistling this weird song. and it really gets on my nerves. My mum kept telling me that once you move in with someone, you discover all their quirks they'd been hiding from you. And it's not like I didn't expect that to be true, but for some reason, this is just an ongoing issue with us, and I don't know what to do. Also, who the hell double spaces paragraphs? I hate this. At first, I would just hear her whistling. It was when she was showering. It was kind of cute. Like her own little bathroom theme song. I didn't recognize the melody, but it was very distinct. I could mimic it from memory if I wanted to. In fact, sometimes it gets stuck in my head, and it drives me a little crazy. You know the type. After a week or so, I asked her what the song was. She just laughed. I'm wondering maybe if she came up with it on her own. Something that she does absently, especially once she started doing it. Once she started doing it more. Like, I'd be reading a book, and she'd be on the computer, and she'd just start whistling, and I tried to ignore it. I seriously feel like a dick for being so grumpy about it, and I know she wasn't doing it to annoy me, but she'd just go on, and it would pull my attention away from whatever I was doing. So I finally said something a few nights ago. I was going over some legal documents for work, and she just started whistling like crazy, on, and I'm thinking just block it out. But it's seriously excessive. Like, I know you guys probably thinking that I'm overreacting, but it felt like she was whistling right into my ear. It just frayed my last bit of patience. As calmly and nicely as I could, I called out to her and asked her to quiet down. She didn't reply. I asked her again, and she still didn't answer. I left the bedroom and found her in the living room, watching a movie. She wasn't whistling anymore, and for some reason, that really irked me. It felt like she was messing with me, and she just looked over at me like she didn't know what my deal was. I asked if she could stop whistling so much, and she told me she wasn't whistling. Now, I get that maybe she doesn't realize he's doing it, but no one whistles that much and doesn't notice. It's not really like her to mess with me like that, and I don't know what she's trying to get out of this. I thought maybe she was teasing or playing a joke. She had to see how annoyed I was. I asked her again to just not whistle so loudly. She didn't answer. There was tension in the room, and it felt like our first fight since moving in together. Even though she didn't whistle for the rest of the night, I couldn't focus on my work because I was upset about the confrontation. Very normal. Then, of course, the next night, she was whistling again. I hear her when she comes home from work, and she keeps going for at least an hour. I didn't want to have another fight, so I just hung out in the bedroom and listened to her move around for a while. I felt like I was blowing things out of proportion, but honestly, how hard is it to just not whistle all the time? It was no big deal when it was now and then, but I feel like she whistles more than she even talks to me now. So I'm sitting up in the room thinking about that. And that's probably why I was worked up when I finally came down. She was cooking dinner, which is sweet, but she was still whistling. So I said softly, "Hey honey, maybe we should put on some music instead, so you don't have to fill the silence with whistling." I tried to play it off as a joke, but I knew she'd probably see through it and get annoyed again. She didn't even turn to face me. She just huffed and kept cooking. After a minute, I told her I was sorry about the other night, but the whistling just sort of strikes my ear wrong. And if she could try not to whistle so much and so loudly, it would make my life a lot easier. I feel like I was being fair. I know it seems controlling and nitpicky, but it was bothering me a lot. We all have our things, you know? Try not to chew loudly at the table because it bothers her, so why can't she just stop whistling sometimes for me? But she totally freaked out. She turned around and told me she wasn't whistling, and she didn't know what my problem was. At this point, I don't get why she was doing this. It obviously wasn't funny for either of us, and she seemed genuinely upset. So I don't know why she kept provoking me. I asked her what her deal was. She was so defensive about her stupid whistling, and she told me to shut up. She told me she was sick of talking about it, like I was the one being unreasonable. I never get mad at her, 'cause I just snapped. I told her to stop whistling before I lost my mind. She called me crazy, just because I was getting a little upset, and somehow that was all I could take. I grabbed one of the cast iron pans from the stove and swung it at her head as hard as I could. She fell over and smashed her head on the counter, but I swung the pan again before she hit the ground. I think I hit her maybe 3 or 4 times. I don't remember, but I feel horrible. There was blood everywhere, and her jaw might be broken. No, I think it is for sure. I couldn't believe I'd lost my temper like that. And I have no idea how we can move past this. I feel ashamed for letting things get physical, regardless of how much she might have been provoking me. But here's the kicker. She's still fucking whistling. And I asked her nicely to please stop. But now she won't even pause. For 2 days, she's just been lying in the kitchen floor, with the eyes rolled back and the mouth hanging open, just marinating in congealed blood. And she's still fucking whistling. I don't know what to do. I don't want to break up, but it's just too much. I just need her to shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. I like it. I like this comment too. Today's episode of Mental Images I never knew I didn't want. Marinating in congealed blood. That's lovely. I like it. Fucking Christ. No, that one was good. I liked that. This one's a touch longer. And I hope that we are all enjoying ourselves. Which reminds me, I need to go over here and click that. Manage. Complete. Yes. My job is watching a woman trapped in a room. Wonderfully creepy, isn't it? No, it's not bad at all, my dear. 3 years ago, I was looking at the local job classifieds, that's the word, online, when one of the ads caught my eye, not because of what it said, but because it said so little. Best I remember, the ad just read, "Job available, good pay, no benefit, discretion required." It then listed an email address. That was all. At the time, I was managing a music store, but I had already started hearing rumors that we would be shutting down within the next year, and the likelihood of transfer to another store was slim. I'd been mostly looking at job listings for the last few days, but this was the first one that stood out, if only because I was bored and it was weird, so I sent an email. Half an hour later, I had a response telling me to go to a particular office building in an upscale part of the city at a precise time for a screening. I went, and after waiting a few minutes in the lobby, I was taken into the office, where I was given a series of forms and questionnaires to fill out. They collected them and told me they would be in touch. I'd almost forgotten about the whole thing until a month later. I got a call saying I had moved on to the second stage of the hiring process. I was again given an address and a time, and when I arrived, this time it was a different nice office park, 20 miles away from the first one. Excuse me. I was met by a man who introduced himself as Mr. Solemn. He escorted me to a large room that contained a chair and a desk. On the desk were two large monitors, a keyboard and mouse, and a bolted-down metal box with 2 oversized buttons on it, one red and one green. He told me this room was a model for the place I would be working if I took the job. He described the job as follows. I'd be working 7 shifts of 6 hours every week. My job would be simple. I would arrive at 10 minutes early and enter an outer area that was like a locker room. I would have my own personal locker. I would store all belongings in the locker and change into the provided work clothes. I was never, under any circumstances, to carry any item of my own into the surveillance room. I was never, under any circumstance, to take any item with me from the surveillance room. As for what I was to do in the surveillance room, I was told that the monitor on the left would be constantly show a live stream from a high-definition camera in a remote location. My job was simply to watch the camera. Once an hour I would go onto the computer, attach to the right monitor, and enter a brief log describing everything interesting that occurred in the last hour. I would have no pens or pencils or paper, and I should never try to take any kind of writing notes about my work. Written. As for the red and green buttons, the red button was only to be used if there was an emergency. This meant something on the video or in the workspace that required outside help. The green button was to hit if I saw something on the video feed that was particularly noteworthy. It would tell other people somewhere that, at least in my opinion, something interesting was going on. Solomon stressed that while I was given discretion on when to use that button, I should err on the side of only using it if and when something of real significance occurred. He pointed out the camera on the ceiling of the room we were in. He said the real room would be the same. My work would be observed, and other people were watching the room of the video feed as well. He said I was only a redundancy in case the other systems failed. He then smirked and asked if I knew what he meant by redundancy. I nodded, trying not to show my irritation. I don't talk that good to people, so sometimes they think I'm dumb. That's okay. Let him think that if he paid me good enough. Hello, how are you doing? I hope you are well, Dragon. And hydrating is probably a good idea. We are there. We're running through a few r/nosleep stories, and they are tremendous good fun. I hope you yourself are very well. The pay was very good. $35 an hour. This worried me. I was already thinking this was some kind of psych experiment or secret government job, which I was okay with. But that kind of money to sit and watch a screen? My mum always told me that if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. This was seeming too good to be true. I asked if I was going to be doing anything illegal. Solomon laughed and said no. I asked if anyone was going to get hurt again. He shook his head, no. He said the reason they were paying so much was because they needed employees that were motivated to be professional and discreet. The work they were doing was important, and for various reasons it couldn't be discussed. If I took the job, I would have to sign papers promising I would never discuss the work there, or I could be sued or locked up. I'm only breaking that now because of everything that happened. So I took the job. and because they wanted me to start right away, I had to quit the store with no notice. I felt bad about that part, but I was excited about the new job too. It was a lot of money and seemed like an easy enough work, if a bit boring. I was nervous that there was nothing more to it, but I told myself I would just have to see. No point in chickening out and wasting good chance because I let my imagination go crazy. I was given the location of the job itself, and when I went there, I was amazed that it really was just like the model room. I had been shown with only a few differences. There was a locker room you had to pass through to enter the surveillance room, and there was a small bathroom attached to the real surveillance room also. The room had a small water cooler in the corner, but because I wasn't allowed to bring anything in with me, I had to eat before or after every shift. The biggest difference, of course, was the monitors were turned on. I'm glad you are well. The monitor that was... the monitor was just a black and white terminal, like you see in movies sometimes. I could type in my logs, but no internet to look at anything like that. The left monitor, it was a video from a room. You would call it a bedroom, I guess, because it had a bed in it. But it had lots of other stuff too. A TV, a sofa, chairs, a couple of tables, and plenty of empty space in between. The camera must be high up in a corner, because I could pretty much see everything except the far sides of the furniture. At first, though, I didn't notice any of that stuff. All I saw was her. She looked to be a little older than me, and was very pretty. When I first saw her, she was laying on her side on the sofa. That was the part of the room furthest from the camera, but the picture was very clear, and I could tell that she was sleeping. I found myself leaning into the monitor, more so I could see her better. Then I thought about what I was doing and felt embarrassed. It was like I was spying on her, a peeping Tom, my mum used to call it. I didn't want to be a peeping Tom, but I didn't want to be silly either. I needed to think about it slowly. It was a good job, and I wasn't doing anything wrong, right? I wasn't hurting anybody, the woman looked fine, and the room was nice. She probably agreed to be there, and it's all some experiment or something. I was just overreacting. So I sat down in the chair and began my work. It didn't take long before I understood more. The woman I took to calling her Rachel wasn't there of her free will. Never saw her hurt, but it was clear that she never left the room except to go into what I think is a bathroom area that my camera couldn't see. Well, she never left the room on her own. Periodically, usually a couple of times a week during my shift, men and women, strange-looking outfits, would come in and take her from the room. Sometimes she would struggle, but usually she would go along with her head hung low. They would always bring her back, though. The times when she wasn't brought back during my shift were always the worst for me. I would worry about her until I go to work the next day and saw her in the room watching TV or painting. She never looked hurt or even that upset, except when they took her. And even when she fought, they were always gentle with her. Still, I knew something was wrong. I considered quitting the job, or hitting the red button, and getting someone to come, so I could get some answers, or calling the police and showing them what the camera was showing me. Except I was scared of losing my job. I was scared of what these people might do to me if I quit or told them. Solomon had told me when I took the job that part of being discreet was not asking questions. I would never be asked to do more than I had already been told. But I could never tell anyone what I did or saw, and I could never ask questions about it. Ask questions about what I was doing or why. So I made excuses. It was all an experiment. She was crazy or sick, and they were trying to help her. She was doing a job just like I was. Or if she really was a prisoner somewhere, at least I was watching to make sure she was okay. If they ever tried to hurt her, or I saw she really didn't want to be there for sure, I could get help then. In a way, I told myself. I was helping to protect her by watching. I don't expect you to think much of my excuse. I don't think much of them myself, especially now. But in my defense, when things changed, I didn't ignore it or try to explain it away. I knew something had to be done. Rachel would usually paint for an hour or two every day, and it seemed to always be during my afternoon shifts. The room had no windows, as far as I could tell, but I guess she either used a clock or her body's time to keep kind of a schedule. I always liked to watch her paint. The thing she was painting was always facing the wrong way for me to see, but I could see her face as she worked. She always looked peaceful and happy. When she was painting and seeing her with that smile, sincerely, from time to time, as she got something the way she wanted it to, always made my day. And hello and welcome, my dear guitar. How are you doing today? I first noticed something was wrong when she started painting more frequently. A few weeks ago, her expression was more focused and serious. There was no tension to her movements that I wasn't used to seeing. At first I thought she was just really trying to work hard on something, and I wanted to tell her not to worry. Every few weeks, the others would come in and take the old paintings out. Anyway, bring in a new stack of, I think the word is canvases. But it was more than her being focused. Something was wrong. She didn't look happy. She was gone for hours at a time. In the span of 3 days, she had finished 4 paintings. I had been growing more and more worried watching her work, and when she finished the 4th, I found myself telling her to just stop and rest a while. I had grown accustomed to talking to the monitor, talking to her in my own way. But she didn't stop. Instead, she began moving the paintings, arranging them on the back. on the back end seat of the long sofa at the far end of the room. This was the first time I had gotten to see any of the paintings, even when the others were taken away. Taking them out, they always seemed to be turned away from the camera. I was still worried about her, but I was also happy to finally see something she had worked on. Happy and amazed. They were beautiful. One was beautiful green forest, another was an old stone well, a third was a house sitting alone on a small island, and last one an old-fashioned looking movie theatre. All of them looked like something out of a dream, with trailing lines of colour mixing in the air around them like leaves caught in the wind. It was only when I looked close that I realized the lines of colour weren't random. They were words, easy to miss if you weren't looking close, and by themselves they didn't seem to mean much. Just the ghost of a word somewhere in each painting, easy to lose in anything else that was being shown. I leaned into the monitor and squinted, trying to read the words. Then my heart started throbbing as I made them out. Blinking and rubbing my eyes, I looked again, reading them out loud in order, left to right, top pair, the bottom. Then bottom. Please help me, Thomas. I pushed back the monitor, my hand over my mouth. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how any of this could happen. It wasn't just that she was asking for help, though that was a big part of it. It was that my name is Thomas. Part 2. Very well written, I like that one. Move my leg. Have a sip. I do hope you folks are enjoying this reading. I do thoroughly enjoy these ones because most of the time they feel so very fake that you can disassociate from it and just enjoy the creepy. Ooh, hang on, go back. There we are. I thought about the camera above me and took my hand away from my face. I rolled back to the desk and sat there trying to stop from shaking, trying to make myself take a breath, think about it slowly. The first thing was, should I hit the button? The red button was for an emergency. If she was a prisoner or something, she was trying to escape and might think that this was an emergency, but no one had been hurt that I knew of. And I think Mr. Solemn meant save that for something that was like a police or ambulance emergency, not something like this. But what about the green button? That was definitely something noteworthy. Not only that she was asking for help, but that she was asking me for help. I made myself stop for a moment. I couldn't know for sure she was asking me. I had gone to school with several boys named Thomas. It was a common name, but the chances of her painting that name when I was working here. I didn't want to be silly, but I wasn't trying to be. What's the word? Mum used to say it when she read her angle books. Skeptics. I didn't want to be a skeptic either. I had to believe it was probably meant for me, and that was something they would want to know. But shouldn't I hit the green? No, sorry, but should I hit the green button? My hands were drifting towards the metal box on the desk, but I hesitated. I didn't like breaking rules, and I was scared of what would happen if I broke these. If they really were holding her prisoner. They were probably very bad people, but I didn't know that. Maybe they were good and she was bad, but I looked back at the monitor for the first time since reading the words. Rachel was already moving the paintings back off the sofa, as though she knew the message had been received. A canvas in each hand, she glanced up at the camera as she moved across the room, and I felt like she was looking right at me. My chest tightened, and my hand moved away from the buttons. No, I didn't think she was bad. I'd watched her for years. Hold on, you what? When did that time happen? I felt like I knew her. I would know if she was bad. Strange as it seemed, in a way she was my friend, and I was going to try and help. I spent the rest of my shift trying to act normal and think of what to do. I knew whoever else was watching might have noticed the paintings or seen how I acted, but I couldn't worry about that. I would try to play it cool, try to think how I could help her. The only person I had actually met connected to this job were a couple of people when I filled out the papers, and then Mr. Solomon. When he showed me the model of the room and told me the job, I had no way of contacting any of them except through the buttons. My cheeks were deposited. Checks. My checks were deposited electronically, and I had never run into anyone else who worked at the surveillance room. That thought made me stop for a second. I'd always thought it was weird that I never ran into someone when I was coming or going. The person I was taking over for, or the person who was taking over for me. I'd always figured there must be other people, other surveillance rooms even. And they just scheduled us so we didn't run into each other. And I still thought there were others. Part of why I thought that was because it seemed like I wasn't the only person who used my surveillance room. The water cooler, the toilet paper, the soap, they all seemed to go down faster than I think I was using it by myself. It was true. Maybe I could figure out who they were and maybe if they would be safer to talk to than whoever it was I worked for. I got off work at 8 that night, and instead of grabbing some food and going home, I drove my car around the block and parked down the street from the building where I worked. Nothing had changed while I drove around for a minute. No new cars had parked or anything. And if I was right, they didn't send anybody to replace me until they were sure I was gone. Anyhow, so I sat and waited. I was tired, and the street was pretty empty and boring. But I was too excited and scared to fall asleep. Every time a car passed or someone walked down the sidewalk, I tensed. I kept imagining an SUV or a van pulling up behind me, men getting out and pulling me from my car, taking me somewhere like where they had Rachel, to kill or torture me. Half a dozen times I almost cranked up and drove away, but every time I would think of her alone in that room. She had no one but me to help her, and I had to try. 2 hours later, a fat, balding man parked and started heading for the building. As soon as I saw he was able to unlock the door and enter, I opened my car door to go talk to him. Then I stopped. I needed to be smart. I didn't know where they were, but I was sure there were hidden cameras in the locker room, the outside of the building. If I go running in there and confront that guy, they'll know for sure that I'm up to something. Slightly more, sighing with frustration, I shut the door back and waited until his shift was over. I considered tailing him, like in the movies, but I was scared I would just lose him, or he would call someone for help. So I waited until he was walking back to his car after a 6-hour shift, hopefully far enough away that the cameras wouldn't see. Then I met the other man I came to know as Charles Jeffries. Hey man, can I talk to you for a minute? His back was to me, and he just waved his hand absently without looking up. Sorry, I don't have any money. Have a good... He froze as he glanced back at me for a while. Oh, God. No, you need to get out of here, kid. We aren't allowed to talk. I could tell he was scared, but I couldn't risk letting him go. Yet. Not after this. I stepped up and pushed the door back shut as he was trying to get into his car. So you know who I am. I tried not to sound mean, but I could hear how mad I was in my voice. He yanked at the door, but I was still holding it, and I was stronger than he was. After a second weaker tug, he turned around, and his face stained and tired looking. Yeah, I know who you are. You work here just like me, and I'm telling you, we aren't supposed to talk. We aren't supposed to meet, ever. I frowned. Mr. Solomon never told me that. He never said it was never said it was one of the rules. The man shook his head. Mr. Solomon, yeah, well, there are plenty of rules they don't tell you. I bet they didn't tell you what you're going to be watching before you started, did they? When I just lowered my eyes, he went on. Yeah, me either. I've been in this job for 10 years. I've seen other people come and go, usually because they broke one of those rules they never mentioned. The only reason I'm still here is because I keep my head down and my mouth shut. He wagged a finger at me. You should do the same, if it's not already too late. I felt my stomach curling into a cold knot. Too late. The man rubbed his face. Kid, do you think they don't know we're talking? Do you think anything happens that they don't know about? He looked back towards the building and looked of sadness and fear in his eyes. Hell, for all I know, you've already killed us both. Shaking his head, he pushed me back and started opening the door. Either way, I'm done risking it for you. Need to stop asking questions and just do your job. It's a lot healthier. With that, he got into his car, shut the door. I didn't try to stop him this time, even though I'd already been worried about what he was telling me. Hearing it confirm was paralyzing. What exactly was my plan? He probably didn't know any more than I did. And even if he did, what could I do with anything he told me? I walked back to my car with a heavy heart. I was still afraid, but more than that, I was sad and ashamed. I wanted to help Rachel, but I wasn't sure how. I wasn't giving up. But as I drove back to my apartment, I couldn't think of what I should do next. This wasn't a movie, I wasn't a hero, and the only ideas I had left were either to go to the police, who might be controlled by whoever I worked for, or try to get proof of her being held prisoner myself. But that would be breaking one of the rules. As I parked my car and walked into my apartment building, I made a decision. Unless I thought something better overnight, I would do both ideas. Tomorrow I'd break the rule and carry anything in. I'd use my phone to record a video of the surveillance room, of Rachel, and how she was trapped somewhere, and of me telling everything else I knew. And I would email it to every newspaper website and internet channel I could think of. I'd then go to the police and give them a copy too. If I could make it that long without getting caught, maybe. If I did all that, maybe. No, there's not a second maybe. Even if they got me, someone would help Rachel. I was filled with worry and dread, and the idea of being hurt or killed. A part of me kept saying I should just do as I was told and hope that it all went away. But I couldn't live with myself if I did that. Even if I messed up, I felt like I had to try. I was so preoccupied that I didn't hear the person coming up behind me as I unlocked my apartment door. Thomas. I turned around and felt my legs weaken as I stumbled back against the door. I had to be dreaming or crazy. I grabbed the doorknob for a support. As I looked at the woman in front of me, it couldn't be her, but somehow it was. Rachel. Part 3. Is there another part? Oh god, there is. How about now? Final part. Right, so part 3. It looks like we're doing all of them. My job is to watch a woman trapped in a room, part 3. She hesitated a moment before breaking into a smile. Is that what you call me? I like it. My name is actually Melanie, though. I felt my face reddening. Of course, her name wasn't actually Rachel. That was just something I made up in my head. Still, my embarrassment couldn't keep up my confession of joy. Is it really you? She nodded. Yeah, it's me. Melanie grunted as I stepped forward and started hugging her. Laughing, she hugged me back for a moment, but then she whispered in my ear, "Thomas, we need to talk." "Not out here. Can we go inside?" I broke away and nodded, wiping my eyes as I tried to finish unlocking my door, and with a shaking hand. My heart was pounding, and I still felt like I was in a strange and wonderful dream. But where we had gotten inside and sat down on my living room sofa, I forced myself to focus on the biggest question I had. How? Melanie had still been smiling as we sat down, but now she looked worried and sad. "Thomas, that's what I'm here to tell you. Things aren't like you think they are. They never have been." I frowned, a new line of fear cutting through my happy haze. "What do you mean?" She held the bridge of her nose for a moment, looking down like she was trying to figure out how to say whatever she had to say. "Thomas, you're part of a psychological experiment. I've been a part of it for longer than you. Longer than you have, as one of the actors, and I still don't know all the details. I'm pretty sure it's run by some government agency, and I know they investigate a lot. They're investing a lot of money and time into it. But for what reason, I'm not sure." I realized I was wringing my hands. No, that wasn't right. It couldn't be right. That was some kind of trick. Melanie went on. "What I do know is that you're being watched as a long-term subject. They've constructed this whole scenario where you do a secret job watching someone, me, who looks like they might be trapped. They give you instructions and a way of making choice. You've got buttons or something you can choose between, right?" I nodded weakly, my tongue thick in my throat. "Yeah, a red one and a green one." She sighed and nodded. "I think they're testing how much you'll obey, what choices you'll make based off your morals, your intelligence, and your fear. It's interesting, or at least I thought so when I first joined 6 years ago. They've never officially given me many details, just the overall gist. But people talk. The other actors and me, sometimes we hear things and we gossip." She smiled sadly. "That's what caused me to start feeling bad." I interrupted. "Other actors?" Melanie's eyes widened. "Oh shit, yeah. Sorry, I think they still call him Mr. Solomon? And there are other actors too." When I stared at her, she went on. "Anyway, for a long time, it was just a normal job, right? I spend 6 hours a day acting like I'm this trapped girl, mainly faking paintings or watching TV, boring stuff." I couldn't help but interrupt her again, hating the hurt tremble in my voice. "You fake the painting? You aren't really painting those wonderful pictures?" Now Melanie looks embarrassed. "No, sorry. I can't paint a bit. I'm a pretty good singer, though." She tried to smile, but faltered. Reaching forward, she touched my arm. "That's why they always have the painting turned away. Turned away, you can't see them. They're already done beforehand. All you ever see is some blank canvases, and, well, they want me to show you something Her expression darkened as she went on. That's why I had to break the rules and contact you. When they started doing this hidden message mind game bullshit, I got worried. Worried you would take it too seriously and that you could get hurt, or even hurt yourself as soon as you left your shift tonight. I talked to one of the guys in the video department. He told me about how you had reacted. Showed me how you were still parked down the street from the building. I drove over. The bedroom's... hang on. Street from the building. I drove over. The bedroom set is in a building outside of town. I saw you sitting in your car and I almost approached you then. But I was scared of getting caught and fired. So I parked and waited until I could follow you somewhere else and let you know I was okay. She blinked back tears. I'm ashamed to say I almost left a couple of times. I don't want to lose this job, and I tried to tell myself you would be okay after a day or two. I could get them to change the script enough that you felt like I was okay and wouldn't worry too much. I felt an angry heat growing in my chest. Oh, that's nice of you. She looked up, her eyes red. I know I'm shit. I'm so sorry. I was being selfish and cowardly. But I didn't actually leave. Then when I saw Charlie leaving the building, saw you running over to talk to him, I knew they were escalating it further. Charlie. Melanie rolled her eyes in frustration. Shit, yeah, sorry. Charlie Jeffries. He's another actor in the earlier version of The Experiment. He actually played Mr. Solomon, but they decided he wasn't scary enough. So now he's usually in one of the suites. He's actually done that for your vision a lot. You just can't recognize him under all that get-up they wear. I kept curling and uncurling my hands on my lap. It was all too much. I felt like pinball going between anger and relief, embarrassment and confusion. So all the stuff he told me, that was all just to scare me? See how I'd react? She nodded, as she sniffed and wiped her nose with the back of her hand. Yes, I'm sorry. That's why I knew I couldn't wait any longer to tell you. I couldn't see how worried and scared you were going back to your car. I pulled my arm back from her touch. Well, thanks, I guess. At least you stopped me before I went to the police, and looked like a joke in front of them, too. I just wanted her gone, her sympathetic, pitying eyes off me. Thanks for stopping by and letting me in on it. I tried to make my voice sound hard and unfeeling, but it came off watery instead. Standing up, I turned away from her so she couldn't see as I started to cry. If you don't mind, I need time to think about everything. It's a lot. A moment passed, and then her hand was on my shoulder. Thomas, you don't have anything to be embarrassed about. They are very good at what they do. All you did was what they thought was right, because you're a good man. I shrugged. I thought you were in trouble, and I went to help. She gently turned me towards her. Then I looked up. She smiled and sniffed again. I know, but you need to realize most people wouldn't have tried to help. Not when it meant giving up their job or risking themselves like that. Not for a stranger. I wiped at my face as I looked away. Well, I still feel dumb, but I'm glad it's not real. I'm glad you're okay, that we both are. I paused and caught her eye again. We are, aren't we? Safe, I mean. She hesitated before nodding. Yeah, I think so. Like I said, they have a lot invested, whatever this is. And the fact that they're willing to go as far as they have with you makes me wonder. But I've never seen any signs of anyone getting hurt. I think the worst that could happen is someone or both of us gets fired. I felt my face getting red again. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm going to quit tomorrow. I've finally got to hit the damn buttons. Maybe both of them. I started to smile. Then I saw the look on Melanie's face. Thomas, please don't do that. I don't think they would hurt us. But if you up and quit, they'll figure out I've talked to you. I don't think they watch us all the time. But I don't know what they can find out. You know, tracking cell phones, spies, satellites, whatever. I'm taking a big risk. Just being here. I don't want them catching on. It's not blood. But yes. How are you, Kiwi? I took a step back from her. So, you want to keep getting paid to trick people like me? She reached out and grabbed my right hand. I've been clenching it unconsciously, and it relaxed at her touch. No, I don't want to, but I wasn't expecting this. How the experiment has changed getting to actually meet you. I can't do it long term, but another month or two to save up money. Now that you're in on it, and won't be scared or hurt by any more. She smiled. That I can do. That we can both do. We can keep going like normal, take some more of their money, and then one of us can quit. The next month, the other one. How does that sound? That was a moth. I shrugged uncertainly. It made some sense. And once I had calmed down, it would probably make more. She gave my hand a squeeze. And when this is all over, I want to get to know you better. I know I've been playing a role, but for the most part it's been me. You've been watching all this time. I think it's only fair I get to see more of you too. She blushed, assuming you're interested in that. I felt my hand growing clammy in hers as my stomach fluttered. Well, I mean, yeah, I'd really like that. Swallowing, I added. How long do we have to wait to see each other again? Melanie grinned at me. Work another month or so, save what you can, then quit. I'll wait another 2 or 3 weeks, and then I'll do the same. And then she looked up at the ceiling as she pondered in the moment. And I was struck again by how beautiful she was. Even if she was a little different in person than I imagined. 3 months from tonight, we'll meet right here. I'll come over, and we can start getting to know each other better. How does that sound? Returning the smile, I nodded. It sounds great. It sounds like you're gonna die. When she left a couple of minutes later, part of me hated to see her go, but another part was relieved. I was so exhausted, and while I was so happy she was okay, we did finally meet. I felt the burning up wire in the light bulb. I needed time alone. Time to think and calm down. Most of all, time to rest. I didn't really even remember falling asleep. And when I woke up, I realized my alarm had been buzzing for over 30 minutes. I jumped up and raced to go to my shift at work. She had been leaving. Melanie had stressed about how we need to act completely the same. That meant not freaking out. But it also meant not acting like everything was okay either. If I suddenly showed no signs of being worried about her, that would tip them off too. I promised, and she left after a big hug and a kiss. Remembering that now, through the haze of my tiredness the night before, it felt like a dream. Still, I went into the surveillance room with a much lighter heart. I didn't have to worry or feel guilty anymore about not helping her. And there was some satisfaction in finally pulling one over on the people that had been tricking me for so long. Besides, 3 months, I'd be done with this place and go see Melanie again, in person, at least. Because I got to watch her on the video feed as soon as I came into work. She was asleep when I first got there, and I found myself wondering if she was as tired as I felt. When she woke up later and started reading a book, I found myself beginning to smile and had to stop myself. I should still be worried acting, not smiling like I had a crush. I had to do better so Melanie didn't get in trouble. An hour or so later, she started working on another of her paintings. Watching her work, I was amazed at how real it all looked. It was hard to see everything from my angle, but I would have sworn she had paint on those brushes, and was really painting whatever was on the canvas. I found myself feeling proud of her. She really was a great actress. Not only did I see her giving any clues that she had met or talked, but she really did seem different in the room than she had in my apartment. I suppose that was what she had meant by playing a role. I was almost at the end of my shift, and while I hated to leave her, I had to admit that I was ready for some more sleep. Trying to guard my reactions all day had been exhausting, and I was dreading the next few weeks. Then I realized she was done painting. I expected her just to go and do something else, but instead she picked up the canvas on the edges and carefully walked it over to the sofa. Her body was blocking it at first, but then she stepped aside. It was a painting of a massive tree. The bark was dark red, with a huge twisting trunk that broke off into dozens of branches. Those branches were covered in leaves that were so deep green they almost reminded me of storm clouds, more than the top of the tree. Like all the paintings, I felt touched by it, even now that Melanie told me that she didn't paint them. The images themselves, combined with the colors and the small details, they really were amazing. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Amazing. Just like this one, if you looked close enough, you could see that there were several small black birds in the branches of the tree. It was funny, but they almost looked like they were. It almost looked like they made out of words. I felt my heart start to hammer, and I forced myself to stay calm. No point in being silly. I knew it was all a game now. And I just had to play my part a little while longer. Still, she worried me. Still, the worried me would want to know what the words said, so I might as well try to read them. I squinted, following the birds right to left, at the top to the bottom. That girl isn't me. I looked away from the painting to see the Rachel staring up at me. She looked terrified. Oh no. Oh. Go away. On to part 5. 4. I'm thoroughly enjoying these, by the way. They are lovely. And good God, for that kind of money, I'd do it. And let's be honest, I wouldn't break any of the rules. I had to do something, and I had to do it right now. If Melanie was somehow a fake, that meant they must have sent her. And if they sent her, that meant they knew. They knew about the messages in her painting, they knew about me asking questions, and they knew I didn't hit the button during any of it. I felt panic and fear crawling up my chest, making it hard to breathe. Standing up, I started pacing, periodically glancing back at the monitor to see if Rachel could help me. Tell me what I need to do next. But she had laid down on her bed. It was hard to tell for sure whether with her back to the camera, but I think she was crying. No, I needed to fix this. Get her out of there. And if I didn't have the better plan, I just have to go with the one I already had. Feeling the hard eye of the ceiling camera on me, I went to the door and stepped back into the locker room. My phone was in my locker, and after messing up my combination the first time, I got the door open and got it out. Gripping it tightly, I tried to hold it by my side, casually, but I knew there was little point. If they knew everything, I was going to be able to hide anything. I wasn't going to be able to hide anything. I just had to try and be fast. Get some kind of message out to people that could help Rachel before they got me. I opened the camera on my phone. As I re-entered the surveillance room and hit record, it made a small beeping noise, and once I was sure it was recording, I turned the camera on myself. My name is Tommy, Thomas Culhorn. My job is watching a woman trapped in a room. This is not a joke or a movie or whatever. This is real. For 3 years, my job is to sit in this room. I moved the camera slowly around the room, taking in the door to the bathroom, the water cooler, and the desk with the monitor's keyboard and button box. And watched a video feed of a woman locked up in a bedroom somewhere. I stepped closer to the desk and made sure the monitor showed Rachel was clear and in focus. I didn't know this woman was a prisoner at first, or I tricked myself into thinking she was. She wasn't, because the money was good. Either way, I know she is now. She is in danger, and so am I. After lingering on the video of her for a few more seconds to make sure every detail could be seen, I turned the camera back on myself. I had to hurry, or the video might be too big to send quickly. I was trying to stay calm, but I felt myself tearing up as I went on, and I did my best to keep my words clear. Please help her. I don't know where she is. I don't know who has her, because I don't know who I really work for. But they are bad people, and she is not safe. All I know is that I work at a building at Redacted, right outside San Antonio. Per nosleep rules. To be clear, this address is not real. I only know the names of 2 other people connected to this place. The man who hired me, Mr. Solomon. The man who might have a job like mine, Charlie Jeffers. No, Jeffries, I think. I don't know if they are real names. Real people. I mean, I don't know if that is their real names. Please, I'm not crazy. I know this sounds. Just come here, see the room, figure out where she is, and help her. And I heard a muffled sound at the outer door opening into the locker room, and I frantically fumbled with my phone to stop the recording. How do I send? Oh no, how do I? There it is. I hit the button to share and felt new panic rising. Who should I send it to? I'd only a handful of contacts, and I just selected them all. Maybe at least one of them would take it seriously and get help, as I heard the door to the surveillance room opening behind me. I hit send. Not connected. Data service or Wi-Fi. Please send again when connected. What? No. I turned to see Mr. Solomon entering the room. He was flanked by 2 large men in dark suits that looked like bodyguards, or something. Raising a finger, he wagged it at me. No service in here, Thomas. But then you should never need service in here, so long as you followed the rules. They took me easily. I tried to make it to the bathroom and close the door, but the 2 guards stopped me and pulled me down. They put the, zip ties on my hands and feet. They pulled a black bag over my head. Then I was being carried out of the room. It felt like they must have put me in the back of a van that was pulled right up to the building. I was laying on what felt like thin, weird-smelling carpet that covered a hard metal layer underneath. I heard someone get into the van with me and asked where we were going. If they could just take me to Rachel. Go. There was a short laugh overhead, and then Mr. Solomon's voice as he told me that he would explain everything when they got where we were going. For now, he said, I need to relax. It was a long drive, and I would need the rest. I wanted to say more, but then I felt a sharp pain in my neck. They had stabbed me, or no, they injected me with something. I was feeling so strange now. But I had to stay awake. I had to try and get away. I had to... Hello again, Thomas. I blinked as I began looking around. My mouth was dry and my head hurt. Otherwise, I felt okay. I wasn't tied up anymore. Instead, I was laying back on a padded table, like I'd seen when I went to the doctor. Excuse me. But this wasn't a doctor's office. The room was large, and aside from padded table, it had a small bed, a desk with a computer monitor on it, and a couple of chairs. Sitting in one of those chairs was Mr. Salmon. Sounds like a doctor's office, not office. Like an A&E room for me. I raised slowly, blinking at him. Where is she? Is Rachel okay? The man smiled. You really are something, Thomas. Trying to be a hero even if you don't quite know how. I respect that. Licking his lips, he leaned forward slightly. In fact, I respect that so much that I've decided to start our new relationship with as much honesty as I'm allowed. Some of my colleagues disagree with this approach, but you know what? Fuck them. This is my project, and I think you deserve to know what's going on. Looking more serious, he stood up, lifting a gun. He had been holding casually in his lap. But before we get into details, would you like to see Rachel? Also, many thanks for the follow. Who, that's the name. Husu312. I do appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I slid off the table and nodded as I caught myself from falling. My legs were still wobbly from whatever they had given me, but I barely noticed. Yes, please, let me see her. The real her. Mr. Salmon gave a small laugh and gestured towards the nearby door. Yes, reality is always best. She's just there in the next room. I stumbled my way forward, my legs getting better as I walked, and when I grabbed the doorknob, it turned easily. I expected the door to lead to the bedroom, but instead it opened to another room. A lot like the one I had been in, though the stuff in it was different. Strange machines filled the walls. And in the back of the room was a large aquarium. I didn't know it was a big cylinder taller than I was, and it was filled with some kind of grey liquid. There was a shape in that liquid. Go ahead, Thomas. Feel free to go and have a look. Go have a good look. You earned it. I felt my stomach clench tighter at Mr. Salmon's words, and the meanings in them. My legs felt heavy again now, but it wasn't from the drugs this time. Shuffling towards, I could see the shape of a person. Oh no. Or at least, a body, because it was clear from just looking at that person, was dead. It was very well preserved, but I could see how the skin hung wrong and looked bloated in spots. Oh God, no, no, no. Its hair, which had been floating like seaweed in front of its face, drifted away as I reached the glass. And I could see Rachel staring out at me. Murderer! I turned to Solomon and started to run towards him when he shot me. Suddenly, I was on the ground convulsing as he stepped closer. Don't worry, Thomas. It won't kill you. Just make you unable to move much for a bit. I heard more footfalls as my body began to still. Get him up. Get him back to the other room. I could barely feel anything as I was carried back to the padded table and propped up, sitting position. This time, I was strapped down. But I guessed it was more so I didn't fall off, because I couldn't move anything other than my head. And even that just a little. I could hardly see it all for crying, but recognizing the blurry shape of someone sitting back down in front of me. Before you ask, well, when you are able to ask anything again, yes, that is Rachel. Not a fake Rachel, not a dummy, and not some kind of trick. As I said, time for tricks is past. Now it's time for truth. Frowning slightly, he went on, Thomas, I understand that showing you her body that way, might seem very cruel. You might hate me for it right now. I would understand it, if you did. But you called me a murderer, and at least in this specific context I think that is unfair, because I didn't kill Rachel, in truth. I've been with this aspect of the project for only 7 years. He gestured back to the door behind him, and Rachel has been dead over 8. I felt my eyes widen as though they belonged to someone else's body. It was more lies, more tricks, all of it. Oh God, it had to be. Do you know what remote viewing is? He rolled his eyes. Sorry, right. You can't talk right now. I'll just assume you don't. Remote viewing is a broad term for the ability to see things that are far away from you physically. To know things you shouldn't be able to know through your normal 5 senses, some described as psychic ability, though there are several schools of thought as to how and why it works. His eyes fixed on me intently. Because it does work, Thomas. Various governments and private organizations have studied it for a long time. And while publicly, it is always ridiculous. Ridiculed. I can get words right. As pseudoscience and foolish. Superstition. The reality is that some people have the innate ability that means it comes naturally to somehow see other places. Rachel was one of those people. She came into the program when she was 17, having been identified via the front-facing screen process. that was run as a psychological test that paid subjects well at a time when Rachel was looking to make some money, 3 months after being identified as a compliant asset that quickly rose to the top of the talent pool. Solomon folded his hands on his knee. I know you cared for her, Thomas, so I think this is worth sharing. Rachel was never treated badly, other than her confrontation and the occasional test that was mildly unpleasant. No, we all treasured her. She was enormously talented, not just as a remote viewer, but as an artist. That's how she would convey what she saw. You understand? She would enter into the almost trance-like state when she painted, and when she was done, she would have given us a painting of images, the words that proved, well, it was very valuable information. He chuckled. If you ever wondered, that's why they were always such care that the paintings were never shown to the camera. Picking at his pants, he went on. Rachel was so talented that she was selected for a new program that we thought might greatly enhance or alter her abilities. We introduced something foreign into her body. At first, nothing seemed to change it. If anything, the accuracy of her remote viewing was declining, which was a problem for us and for her. Excuse me. But then we realized that we were reading the new paintings wrong. She was able to see more clearly than ever. She just was no longer bound to only current events. Now her sight transcended time. He paused, and I realized he was enjoying telling the story. The bastard was having a good time. Pausing to make it more dramatic. It would fucking kill him. I would fucking kill him. While this made some of her paintings less immediately useful, they became much more valuable as we were able to decipher them. For a time, it looked through everything, was working better than we had ever hoped. His lips thinned, and then, one day, she showed a painting to the camera. It said, "Please help me, Thomas." This immediately sent up all kinds of red flags. She knew not to show paintings to the camera. And now she was trying to communicate with someone. We didn't disrupt her routine, but an intensive investigation began into who she was talking to. And was it one of her handlers, one of the technicians, someone from the past life? But nothing checked out. Leaning back in his chair, a look of pride grew on Solomon's face as he continued. I was the one that first suggested the idea that she was, intentionally or not, knowing or not, seeing and talking to someone in the future. I was still an outside consultant at the time, but by that point, we had more strange behavior from her, including the second message painting. That girl isn't me. My theory made some sense, but it very quickly ran into a greater obstacle. The introduction of the foreign material had not been as seamless as we had hoped, despite her having been stable for almost 3 years since it was implemented. Whether it was due to the increasing emotional upset or the stress. 1 second. Oh, excuse me, terribly sorry. Da, 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 da. Hold on. Greater obstacle. Upset and stress, or simply the passage of time, she suddenly began to deteriorate. Her work became more erratic. Okay, good. And hard to understand as her body began to decline. We were monitoring her health closely. But it didn't matter. 5 days after she painted That Girl Isn't Me, she suddenly went into cardiac arrest and died. Somewhat inexplicable. We were unable to resurrect her. Third, can I leave your squadron? I'll join a better one. 4 squadron points. Yeah, go for it, don't worry. The man sighed. This was a great loss, and it required adjustments of my theory based on everything we knew. It still made sense that she was talking to someone with access to the camera feed, and very likely someone named Thomas. If Thomas was viewing the camera footage in the future, as I believed, they must have been working for us in the future.
Thanks for subscribing, Earthman Brick. You rock.
He gave me a thin smile, and whether you believe that the future is set in stone or not,
Thanks
I'm
for subscribing,
all for
Rozkill.
giving
You rock.
it a helping hand. Hey, D-Hink, how are you doing? Many thanks. You generous git.
Thanks for subscribing to Jibbed. You rock. Thanks for subscribing, Glenn_Thunderer. You rock.
No, not starting to. There it is.
Thanks for subscribing, Coach_blank. You rock.
Many thanks, Dink. It's been a while. How have you been? But that is genuinely, seriously appreciated. Oh, no, it's just a Fitbit. Nothing fancy. I'm glad you're well, man. But yeah, it's been a very long time since you've been around. To my knowledge, at least. Are you enjoying the story, at least? I do hope so. 7 years ago, I began the Thomas Project. Over the course of that time, I have overseen the screening and hiring of 43 men named Thomas at several different sites, all with one very specific job: to watch the videos of Rachel from just before her implant to the time of her death. Oh no, I agree, the old watches are better. The idea of charging a watch is still absolutely baffling to me. It's like plugging in your bicycle. Completely alien to me. Oh. I was actually chatting with my dad about that the other day, saying that soon you'll charge everything. You'll have a fork that you plug in. You've already got toothbrushes you plug in. You have watches, you have glasses that you can charge. Everything is online, everything is electrical. And it is so very bizarre. I like analog things, I like traditional ways, I like mechanical. I understand mechanical. I tried to speak, but my mouth still wouldn't work. I wanted to say he was lying, that it didn't make sense, that it was another trick. But I think I wanted to hear it more for myself, because I didn't think he was lying. I didn't think it was a trick, and I thought I was starting to understand. Charging trees. Yeah. I can see that. Like, I can, without any, no bullshit. I see in the future there are going to be trees. They will most likely be either actual trees or a tree that is basically just solar panels and then made to look like a tree that has charging ports in it. You just plug into it. And that kind of a world terrifies me. I know I'm talking crazy here, don't worry. The point wasn't really them watching the videos, of course. It was how they reacted to watching the videos, and what they did, and how they matched up with what Rachel had done in the response in the past. 13% quit after the first day, 38% hit either the red or green button after the first message, asking for help and saying their name. 22% attempted to contact the authorities before reaching that stage where Mallory was introduced. He shook his head slightly. I wish I could take credit for for her introduction, but it wasn't my suggestion. We assumed from the "that girl isn't me" message that there was a double of Rachel introduced to you at some point, perhaps to kill you or disillude you or find out what you knew, but it took a few tries until we felt it was well refined. And as I've pointed out, only 27% made it that far, and all of them failed the next test. He pointed at me. Her name. Tree museums charge people $1.50 to see him. This is the last tree in the world. Oh God, please, no. I fully believe that that could happen, and it scares me. Like, genuinely. I'm someone that I need to be very in touch with nature to some degree. But I can't even fucking handle a town, let alone a city. If the last tree on Earth was a fucking wonder, I would be terrified. Oh yeah, we're reading Trees Miko too. Yeah, but algae actually makes far more than it does. And people seem less knowledgeable about that. We could actually genuinely survive with just algae farms, without any hesitation. But yes, do you think we are going through r/no sleep? They are fun little horror stories. This one's actually very well written. You see, the girl you've been watching, that talented, wonderful girl whose body is preserved in the next room. Her name was Rachel Donovan. I'd always wondered if Rachel was merely seeing you, or if there was some kind of connection between the two of you. When you called Mallory Rachel, I knew that we had finally found the right Thomas, the distant point of light that our Rachel was looking for, across space and time. I swallowed thickly and found I could feel my tongue, if only a little. Slurring badly, I pushed out a single word. Why? Hello, Ostro. How are you doing? And for lurking, having listened in most of the stream, I hope you're enjoying it. This is a wonderful story, I think. Going to get a short shower. Enjoy yourself. Solomon looked surprised. I'd have thought that'd be clear by now. You're only remaining linked to one of the greatest treasures. Perhaps you have a similar ability, or it may be she forged the link purely through her own talent and will. Excuse me. But either way, you're important, and you have more work to do. He stood up, moved over to the table, where he turned on the monitor. As it came to life, I saw it was a frozen image of Rachel's room. A tape paused where I had left off watching. Turning back to me, the man looked solemn. You have to watch the rest of it, because Rachel painted you more pictures before she died, and we have to know what they mean. I'm a bit tired. I love the spoopiness. Oh yeah, Ostro. And indeed, yes, I am doing reasonably well myself. Thank you for asking. I feel like I should be drinking this out of a goblet. Vaguely curious, what does this take us to? Is it the same? Yes, it is. We are on to the final part. I hope you've been keeping along nicely, though it's not a terribly difficult story to keep up with. I spent the next 5 days watching Rachel die. From the outside, just watching the monitor, it didn't seem that different than what I'd been doing, as I'd been watching for the past 3 years. Rachel slept, she watched TV, she read, and she painted. But there were signs, if you were looking for them. She seemed tired and tense, and she had taken to sleeping more, and occasionally just every once in a while she would glance up at the camera, at me. It was then that I could see the fear and sadness in her eyes. I often listen to creepy podcasts in Swedish, and sometimes translate stories from nosleep. Oh, I hope I haven't covered any that you've already heard then. You don't come across as the type to listen to this kind of stuff either, but I appreciate it. Ah, lovely. Don't forget, if ever you miss any of them, I always put mine up on YouTube now. Make it 5 minutes. Take your time, Dink. Inside, well, inside I felt like a burned out house collapsing in on itself. And at first I refused to watch, to do anything they wanted me to do. Solomon didn't get mad at me, but just shrugged. He said while cooperating was preferred, he could go a long way towards making me stay with them more comfortable. It wasn't required. My towel has disappeared now. Ah. Very good author, I like Stephen King. I did read some H.P. Lovecraft on the stream. I'm not a fan of his writing style, nor what he does with it. The ideas are fantastic, but the way he implements them are dreadful to mine, in my opinion. Like, it's good stuff, but if he was right, Solomon said with a thin smile, things would play out as they were meant to, regardless of what I wanted or thought. I chose either way, he added. The video was about to start back playing and wouldn't stop for another 5 days. Whether I wanted to spend that time getting to see her again was entirely up to me. Yeah, I can give you that. Lovecraft more writes as though it's a scientific document, which kind of hurts. I tried to watch, but a part of me knew from the start I was going to. Maybe I'd find some clue that they were lying about her being dead, or Rachel could give me some advice, or warning about what I needed to do next. I don't know. What I did know is that I couldn't miss the chance to see her again. And despite knowing in my heart that she was dead and everything on the video happened a long time ago, I still felt that by watching I was with her somehow. I get what you mean. Well, she had been taken away from everything she knew when she was barely grown, trapped for years just for being special, experimented on, treated like property, kept from ever having friends or family or a life. And yet, through all that, she was still beautiful. Not just on the outside, but on the inside too. I had spent years watching her, getting to know her in 1,000 tiny ways that so few people ever truly know each other. I had seen her kindness and grace in her actions, even when she was fighting against the people holding her. I had watched her strength when she woke up day after day in her prison and never gave up, and I saw the beauty of her soul in her paintings, full of swirling colours. And what was the word? Wonder. She was able to paint these things she saw with such care and love, despite living in a world that had abandoned her so completely. Well, I wasn't abandoning her. I would watch every bit of the video I could manage, try to burn it into my memory, every frame of her I saw. Not for them, their stupid project, but for me and for her. I may not have much left to do in my life before they lock me away somewhere or kill me, but I could do this one last thing. Rachel wouldn't die alone. I watched nearly all of it, stopping only to eat quickly and use the bathroom, until the last 2 days. I'd ask the guards to pause it, but they would only shake their heads and say Solemn said said it had to play normally until it was finished. By the 4th day, I was in a stupor. I had already dozed some 3 first. I'd already dozed some the first 3 days, but when I woke on the 4th day, I could tell a few hours had passed. There were 2 trays of food on the bed, one breakfast and another lunch. I looked back at the screen in a panic, worried I'd missed something, but Rachel seemed to be just waking up too. I noticed her putting her hand on her stomach as she got out of the bed and felt my own stomach twist. She was already hurting. Rachel glanced at the camera and tried to smile before moving to set up a new canvas for painting. This was the second of 3 paintings she did in those last days. The first had been the inside of an old-fashioned movie theater, from the viewpoint of someone sitting in the back row. One of the movie screens was just the image of the sledgehammer propped against a brick wall. I didn't understand what it meant, and I found myself scanning the picture for some message or other clue. Eventually I found what might be one, though I didn't understand it either. Hello, Dink. Rachel must have come to understand they knew what she was doing with the paintings, didn't want to stop her, because these last 3 she set up much closer to the camera, and I was still squinting and studying the painting close when I realized the flipped up seats in the next row had brass number plates along the front edge of the seats. Though they were upside down from the viewpoint of the painter, the angle was good enough that once I noticed them, I was able to read them. 2, 43, 26, 89. Do limes give you a life or help? I am not entirely sure quite what your query is there. Limes will be good for you because they are a good fruit for people, so long as you're not just obviously eating them, because moderation is the key to everything. But no, I'm not terribly sure. I do apologize. I didn't understand any of it, but I continued. I committed it all to memory, focusing all my attention to the painting until she finally took it away. Even that early on, I could tell the painting was taking a lot out of her. And like I had for so long, I found myself talking to her, telling her to go rest before I remembered her body in the next room. I almost stopped then, but no. Maybe she couldn't tell I was talking to her. Or maybe she could. Either way, me talking to her couldn't hurt. And it made me feel a little less lonely and sad as I watched her. The second painting, the one she started after I woke up from from falling asleep for a few hours, was stranger than the rest. It looked like it was in a room that curved walls, or tree roots, and in the center of the room was a little table made of the same stuff. Some of the roots around the room were in deep red, but other parts, including this table thing, looked burned and black. I looked close and saw that I could see a person's shadow over the table, hands holding some long oval-shaped bundle. I studied it for a long time, going over it again and again in my mind after she took it away. I couldn't make sense of it. Of any of it. I wasn't smart enough, and I was failing her. Rachel slept for a long time after that painting. Then she got up on the 5th day, her last day, and immediately started working again. This time, she was painting faster, and while I saw her wince occasionally, she never lost her look of determination as she slashed lines and colors across the canvas. When she was done, Rachel picked up the painting and turned it towards the camera, giving me a small, tired smile as she was blocked from view. It was looking out from the front porch of the house somewhere. It was out in the country, the morning view of the yard and the land beyond, where, wonderful, but closer up, the painting was of two hands holding onto each other tightly and interlocking fingers. Some seemed to glow red and orange in the light of the rising sun. I found myself crying as I looked at it. Part of it was because I didn't know what it meant, and I felt a growing sense of desperation at the thought that Rachel's last works might be wasted on me. Part was because I knew it had been 5 days and I could sense I was close to the end, to her end. But there was something more to it than all that, too. The last painting, even with everything else in my head, and heart pulling me down, gave me hope. Hope of what? I didn't know. But I started to think that maybe the only message Rachel had for me in the last painting was that somehow or somewhere, everything would be okay. Outside the edge of the painting, I could see motion in the room. People hurriedly coming in with some kind of medical equipment, and then the monitor went black. You've done well, Thomas, very well. For the last 5 days of videos, we had charted 1,047 micro variations in Rachel's behavior. that we believed might correspond to your behavior, your reactions, and your emotional states. While watching the video, like before, the two of you remained in sync, as though you were in the same room. It really is remarkable. I just stared at Solomon. I listened to what he said, but I didn't care. I just wanted it over. Whatever this was, I just wanted it over. Clearing his throat, he went on. That's why we've decided to move the implement from Rachel's body to your own. That's one of the many reasons we've preserved her so. The foreign body was still showing signs of life all this time, but just barely. And we were afraid to attempt removal. Our hope is that, given your connection to Rachel, it will accept you, perhaps even thrive in you more than it ever did. Ah, girl. I was suddenly on my feet, and it was only the rising of Solomon's gun that stopped me from attacking him. Don't you fucking talk about her like that. Like any of you gave a shit about her. I'll fucking kill you. Solomon's face darkened slightly as his lips thinned. No, you won't. But if idle threats make you feel better, go ahead. It'll only make things harder, not easier. Feeling a stab of panicking fear, I sat back down. Why is this thing you're going to put in me? Sorry, what is this thing? The man looked at me for several seconds before responding. I'm tempted not to tell you after your stupid and frankly hurtful outburst. But I'll be the bigger person. Letting out a small sigh, he went on. Thomas, somewhere there is a tree, a very special tree. We suspect it's the same tree that Rachel painted for you that time, though we cannot say for sure, as we have never been able to find it. It is either hidden away very well or able to hide itself from those it wishes. I just looked at him, trying to kill him by just wanting it so bad. In any case, we have the next best thing, an ancient clipping from the tree, secured at great cost and sacrifice, and studied for a long time, without much success. We have, however, in recent years been given advice that this clipping could be grown in the right soil. We thought the soil was Rachel, but while it did develop further inside of her, she died before necessary growth was finished. Leaning forward, he smiled at me. We have it on fairly good authority, however, that you might succeed where she failed. I fought them when they came, but it did not matter. I woke up sometime later with a dull ache in my chest, and a small, already healing scar on my upper stomach. I didn't really feel that different either. Other than the little bit of pain. But I knew that would change with time. Maybe I had more time than Rachel, or maybe I had less. It didn't matter, I just... Wait. What was that? There was some kind of soft voice coming from where? It wasn't in the room. It was in my head. I felt a thrill of excitement. Maybe this was Rachel's voice. She had somehow stayed in the tree thing they had put inside me. But no. I have never heard Rachel's voice, but I sensed this wasn't it. The voice was too delicate to really be heard or understood, and it reminded me of music coming from a distant room that you felt in the back of your mind without realizing it. It was a melody, a kind of song, but it wasn't Rachel's song. I realized with a shiver that it was the song of the thing inside me. At first, I was too afraid, but that didn't last long. It wasn't trying to hurt me. It was trapped here, just like I was. But it started to sing. It was time for us to be free. I stood up and walked to the door, and as I did, the lights went out. The door in front of me clicked, and when I reached out and turned the knob in the dark, it opened easily. How was that possible? And if it could do this, why hadn't it helped Rachel get out? There was no answer, but there was also no time. I could already hear boots around the corner as the glow of flashlights began to light up the far end of the hall. They would drag me back in there, chain me up, or take this thing back out of me. We could get away. If I was ever going to get out, it had to be now. The voice was singing again, pushing me to go further into the dark, to run until we were safe. So I listened, and I ran. Every door unlocked for me, every turn kept me barely out of sight. The people looked for me, were barking orders over a radio, asking someone what was the hold-up on the generator kicking on. Whatever the response, the hallways stayed dark as I drifted through them, blind, but not feeling lost, but not being found. When I reached the final doors, I opened into the bright afternoon. My lungs burned a little at the first fresh, uncycled air I had breathed in a week. Blinking, I waited for the voice to tell me where to go, but it had fallen silent. I closed the door as panic began to rise in my chest. All this, and I would get caught because I didn't know where to go. I was outside, a plain brown building in the middle of nowhere. There was a road going off to the right, and to the left there was Rachel's forest, from her first painting to me. I knew it was the same forest immediately, and not because of the matching the painting so closely. I had some strange sense that felt like a kind of magnetism, or how birds know which way to fly. Looking around for a second, I felt like I was being pulled. When I looked again at the woods, this was right. Somehow I knew this was the way I needed to go. So I went. I had made the edge of the forest when I heard a noise of a man coming outside the building. I thought about hiding, but I knew it was a bad idea. They would just catch me. I felt a drive to go deeper into the woods. I plunged ahead, running at close to a reckless speed, but never tripping or stumbling as I went. I would occasionally hear a noise behind me as this, as they as they spread out to search, but the sound grew fainter as I ran. I almost thought I had lost them for good when I heard the short cough that was quickly muffled off to my left. Someone had gotten close without me knowing it. Panicking, I looked for a place I could hide. There were only bushes and trees, and over there, a well. Not just a well, but Rachel's well. There was the same worn grey stone walls capped with a weathered wooden lid. I felt a moment of happy recognition, but then it faded away. How did that help? They'd check the well if they found it, and I didn't have any way to get down without getting hurt or stuck. Then an idea struck me. Crouching low and staying to the brush, I moved to the well gingerly, pushing open the lid first. It resisted, but when I pushed a bit harder, the wooden circle slid aside enough that you could clearly see someone moved it. Glanced around. I eased back into the bush as I heard soft footfalls approaching.
We need to check this out. You think he went down the well? Better hope not.
He probably broke his neck if he did. And then it's our asses. I could see two men approaching. Both of them were wearing dark body armor and carried assault rifles. The older of the two shrugged back at the other one. Better than he was hiding in there and we didn't check. Looking irritated, the younger man nodded. I'll look. He went over to the well and shoved the wooden lid aside, causing it to clatter to the ground, hitting a button on his rifle. A flashlight sprang to life on the barrel. He started to shine it down into the well as the other continued to look every direction. I was worried he would see me if I moved, but I couldn't wait. I just had to stay calm. Think slow and move fast. I kept expecting to hear them yell or feel something or someone strike me in the back, but nothing came. As the afternoon light began to dim, I saw the trees thinning ahead. I was approaching the road. It looked like a normal public road, too. Several cars passing one way or the other as I walked out of the forest and up the hill to the asphalt. The idea of hitchhiking, especially this close to where they held me, was frightening, but I saw little choice. I was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt they had given me, and my own shoes. I had no money or ID or phone. My only chance was to get far enough away that I could try and get help. I jumped slightly at the hiss of the hydraulic brakes as a large semi rolled to a stop next to me. The passenger window rolled down, and an old man with white hair and graying mustache leaned down and peered down at me. "You look lost, son. You need a ride?" I looked down at the door of the truck. It had a logo that said Maritz and Sons Construction and Hauling. Below it was a cartoon of a man hitting a wall with a sledgehammer looking back up. I smiled. Yes, sir, I do. Good lord, this last part is long. I woke up 5 hours later as we pulled into a truck stop somewhere in Nevada. I'd planned on staying awake for the entire trip, but that had only lasted a few minutes before exhaustion overtook me. I glanced over at Oliver Maritza, and he gave me a toothy grin. I'm tired, but you were plumb tuckered out. I've got to fuel up, shower, and get some grub. I'm going on to California after that. If you want to ride further, just be back here in an hour. Sound good? I nodded and thanked him again for the ride. As I got out, I felt groggy from sleeping, but otherwise okay. I just needed to decide whether it was a good spot to ask for help or if I should ride with Maritza further. He seemed like a very nice guy, and would probably try to help me if he could, but I wanted to avoid putting more people in danger. If I could help it. Looking round, I saw we were in a fairly nice little town. I decided I would go look around for a few minutes and then decide what to do. I was only 3 blocks down the street when I saw flickering lights in the distance. It was a movie theater. As I got closer, I felt my chest tighten. It was the... hang on. It was the one from Rachel's painting. I can read, I swear. Hey there, welcome to the Phoenix. The guy standing at the candy counter on the theater looked a little younger than me. And while he seemed friendly enough, he also looked slightly concerned. If you're here for the horror double feature, I'm afraid the second movie is about 30 minutes in. I can give you a half rate if you want to see, though. I shook my head and tried to not look as strange and crazy as I felt. No, that's okay. I recognize this place from a picture a friend of mine painted. So I came to ask if you knew anything about her. He raised his eyebrow and shrugged. Okay, weird. He smiled and added, weird but interesting. Who is she? I swallowed. Her name is, well, it was Rachel Donovan. I expected him to look surprised or excited or angry, but I could see right away the name meant nothing to him. Shaking his head, he shrugged again. Sorry, that doesn't ring a bell. I'd say you could ask the owner, but he's on vacation this week. Nodding, I searched my mind for something else to ask. Some way to make this place a matter. Some way to make this place matter the way her other paintings did. Is there anything unique about this place, then? Is history or something? The man grinned. Buddy, you're clearly not from here. This place is super boring. Not just the theater, but the whole town. Frowning in the thought, he added, the only thing I know about the history of the place is that we used to do a house here that burned down. It was like that in the 1920s or 30s, when this wasn't even part of the town. Couldn't tell you the first thing about it beyond that, but I still bet it's the most interesting thing that's ever happened here. I let out a disappointed sigh. Okay, well, thanks. I turned to leave when the guy called out again. "Hey man, sorry I couldn't help you more. If you come back, I'll get you a discount on the movie. Half off if you're not working. Tell them Marshall said it was okay." I waved and tried to smile as I headed for the door with a heavy heart. Why did you lead me here, Rachel? What's here that will help? I was outside again, starting up the theatre's bright blinking signs, as though they were going to give me some kind of secret signal, when I noticed a movement at the corner of my eye. There was an alley that ran alongside the theatre and went beyond it to something, whatever was back there. The light of distant and security lamp cast shadows along the wall of the alley, and those shadows were moving. Instead of feeling afraid, I felt excited as I started down the alley. Rachel had led me here, and I just had to trust that there was a reason for it. Keep looking until the shadows were made by leaves blowing in some wind I couldn't feel. As I got to the far end of the alley, I saw there was a small backyard behind the theatre, surrounded by a chain link fence, and on the side of the fence there was a tree from Rachel's painting, with the deep red twisted bark and foam of green leaves to the end. Of green leaves waving to and fro in the light air. I felt a surge of warmth in my chest as the distinct signal began again. Distant singing. This was the place. The special tree that could not be found unless it wanted you to find it. It sat at the edge of a small overgrown lot, surrounded on all sides by buildings and yards, somehow forgotten when whatever this land had once been was divided up and and despite its location, I had a strong sense that I was the first to see it in a very long time. Going to sleep here now, mate. I hope you sleep very well, and as I do say, these always get put up on YouTube. I do have a channel. If you go to the little about section underneath this stream, you should find it. And I hope you enjoy it. I will be uploading this one for next week. There's always a delay, just to make sure I get everything right. Anyway, I hope you have a wonderful night. I felt no, we did that one. Climbing the fence, I felt a jagged wire dig into my leg and rip my pants as I fell over the top. I was bleeding a little, but I hardly noticed. I could smell the tree now, and it was rich. Good smell, unlike any I had smelled before. Reaching out to it, I felt the singing grow louder. As I touched it, I felt this stronger and less afraid than. And when I saw light opening at its roots, I didn't tremble. I smiled. There was a hidden tunnel under the tree, a tunnel filled with sweet-smelling air that was like the tree smell, but also different. Now the tunnel wasn't dark, no, not at all. It glowed with its own golden light that called to me, urged me forwards. Rain was beginning to fall as I looked around the dark lot. I'd thought that I was leaving this world behind, and I found I didn't mind that too much. tunnel had continued to grow, slanting down gently and tall enough that I walked in without stooping. The roots of the tree went on and on, woven through the dirt walls as I went deeper. Excuse me. I looked back and I saw the tunnel had closed behind me, but I wasn't surprised. The way forward was the only way that mattered. I walked for what might have been hours, but I never felt tired or hungry, and I never worried I was lost. Though I had no idea where I was or where I was going, still I felt a surge of happiness and excitement when I turned a corner and saw something in the tunnel ahead. As I got closer, I realized a brick wall. It was a brick wall. But just as I began to think I had found a dead end, the wall faded away, revealing a dark room. I paused at the edge of the tunnel and looked out at the floor. Of what looked like a basement. It was empty, but in the light from the tree, I could make out something scratched into the floor. It was the number 2. I felt my pulse quicken as I thought back to Rachel's painting with the theatre seats. Then I stepped out into the room. It was the empty basement of a house, and as I went up the stairs and opened the door, I saw the rest of the house was empty as well. No lights were on, but bright sunlight poured in through every window, and in the distance I could hear the sound like small waves crashing on a beach. I wanted to go and see where I was, but I forced myself to check the house first for any people or clues, but there were none. The house was utterly bare of any other sign of people, other than the numbers scratched in the floor below. My nose tingled with salty air as I stepped outside. The house was near the beach, on what I soon figured out was a small deserted island. And I realized with little surprise that I recognized the house from Rachel's painting. As I stepped off the porch, I saw no signs of people, but I wasn't entirely alone, because sitting some distance from the house was the tree. I knew it couldn't be the same tree in the abandoned lot, but the same tree I knew it was, or at least different parts of the same tree that made the tunnel appear in old world and whatever place this was. Because I had started having that thought as soon as I stepped out of the house, I didn't think this was my world. Not exactly. I could see a large island some distance away, and it might have people on it. Hotels, cars, planes, or it might not. As those things might not exist here. Either way, my newfound intuition was growing stronger, and I could tell that what was it called? The texture of things was different somehow. Interesting. If only a little. Not bad or scary, just different. Still, after a couple of hours exploring the island and checking the house, I began to feel terribly lonely. Even with the tree nearby, I decided to go back to the tunnel and keep going. The basement wall faded away as I walked up to it, and I entered the tunnels again. It was only a short time later that I found my second version of the house, much like the first. The wall faded away in the basement, but this one was far from empty. It was a workshop of some kind, full of tools I wasn't familiar with. I glanced down and saw 43 scratched into the floor. Who was doing this and why? I was going to explore the house more carefully this time, as it looked like there were people here. But then I froze. Propped against the brick wall, next to a small stack of boards, was a sledgehammer. Trying to be quiet, I crept over and picked it up before heading back to the tunnel. When I was little, before Daddy died, he had loved to hunt. I never went with him and didn't remember much of what he hunted, but I do know he had the old hound. He'd had since before I was born. The dog had only loved him. Well, him and being on the trail of something. When Rocky, his name was Rockefeller. Rockefeller, that is fantastic. Got the scent. It was like he was in a trance. He would go and go, this way and that, and to look at him, it looked like he was having a fit. Both lost and certain at the same time, but whatever Rocker knew or didn't know, he always found what he was looking for. I felt like Rocker now. I was moving faster and faster as I went down this turn and that. I felt like I was on the trail of something, or traveling on memories I didn't have. Gripping the sledgehammer tightly, I could hear the rising hum of distant music in my head as I turned the last corner. Then it fell silent. There was another brick wall, and as I approached, it fell away. It was another basement, but this one was much smaller. It contained a table, a clothes chest, and an old metal bed that had been broken apart, and the far brick wall a woman was using on the metal legs. A woman was using one of the metal legs from the bed to attack the wall, and whatever lay behind it. I felt my head begin to swim as I looked at her from behind. And as she turned to look at me, eyes wide with surprise and fear, I felt the sledgehammer slip from my grip as I stumbled back against the now solid wall. I could barely breathe at all. I managed to get one single word. Rachel. The woman looked at me, her expression less fearful, but still guarded. She had a bed leg partially raised in warning. Yeah. Do I know you? We might do this one later, We'll save that for later. I'm gonna quickly check how much is left. Yeah, this is fine. It was her, but it wasn't much like the tree on the island, this Rachel looked a few years older, and while she looked stressed and confused at the moment her eyes didn't seem weighed down by the same quiet sadness I had come to recognize watching the other Rachel for all that time. Still, I didn't know how to answer her question. Not sound creepy or crazy. I stared at her for a second, floundering when I was asked another. You come out of the tree tunnel, right? I nodded, grateful for something I could answer easily. Studying me, she said, Where did you come from? Before the tunnel, I mean. I flushed as I tried to think of the right words. I came from Texas originally, I mean. She grinned at me for a second, before catching herself and trying to look serious again. Yeah, okay, but, do you know how the tree works? How did you find out about the tunnel? How did you get here? Sighing, I rubbed my head and just started into it. Look, I know this will sound crazy, but I had a job watching a woman trapped in a room, and the woman was you. Or another version of you. And she asked me for help, and I couldn't help her. Then they took me, and I found out she had been dead for a long time, but could see me in the future. And then Then they put something from the tree in me that had been in her that killed her. Then I escaped, and then I figured out where to go to find the tree from things she had painted, and I somehow knew how to go into the tunnel to find different spots, and I'm pretty sure the tunnels lead to different worlds. And I got this sledgehammer, and then Hold up, god damn, take a breath. You're going to pass out. She was smiling again, and this time she didn't try to hide it. She looked over what was left of the bed where the sledgehammer was laying on the floor. And did you say sledgehammer? Whack. So, yeah, I believe you. Whack. I've been in these tunnels too. My ex-boyfriend tricked me into moving here so that he could tie me to the tree in this place. Whack. Well, not tie me to the tree literally. Take his place as what? The tree's buddy or something. I don't really know. It's all pretty fucked up and I don't understand it at all. Whack. But what I do understand is that the fucker walked me up to up here at first. I thought I couldn't just pry those loose bricks over time. But no. He put layers of concrete on the outside this time. Good old Phil, or Justin, or whatever I mainly think of him as fuckface now. Whack! This has taken forever. I stepped up and put my hand on the sledgehammer. Let me do it for a bit. We can take turns. We'd cleared away even more brick than she had already managed, but the concrete wall was only starting to show small cracks, and I wanted to just keep looking at her, have her talk to me, but I knew she was tired. She nodded reluctantly and let go of the hammer before I swung. I looked back at her. How long have you been here, like this? Whack! Rachel scowled. It's hard to say for sure, but I think about 8 months. I let the hammer drop down again My eyes widened. How did you survive all that time? Her scowl deepened. It's the tree, it won't let me die. I just dip into the tunnel every day for a bit, and I never get hungry or thirsty. A thought occurred to me that why don't you just escape through the tunnels? She quickly shook her head. No, thank you. I've had enough of seeing other worlds. Some of them aren't so nice, and I don't want to be more tied to the tree than I already am. I just want out here, into my own world, and then I can try to figure out how to get free of my connection to the tree for good. Rachel shrugged. I would have done it eventually, with the stupid bed parts, but who knows how long that would have taken. She smiled again. I'm very happy you came here and brought a sledgehammer with you. Returning her smile, I nodded as I lifted the hammer again. Me too. Whack! We were both wringing with sweat when we crawled through the hole we made in the outer wall. Rachel told me that she thought her ex-boyfriend was long gone, but she couldn't be sure, so she had to be careful grabbing the sledgehammer from inside the room. We made our way towards the stairs. The house was decorated, but quiet, and we saw no sign of anyone as we walked to the front door and opened it. Outside, the sun was coming up, and on the new day, and so we walked out onto the porch. I jumped a little. Rachel took my hand and gave it a squeeze. I looked over at her. I hadn't been able to help the other Rachel, but maybe that had never been the point of it all. Because I thought now she had been able to see more than just other places in the future. She had been able to see the other worlds and possibilities. Like this one, where the version of her was trapped and needed help. A place where I wouldn't be hunted and could be free. In the end, even when she knew she was dying, Rachel had been determined to help us be together and happy. The morning sun painted beautiful colors on Rachel's face, and looked into her eyes. I saw how much she was like the woman I had watched and cared about and tried to save. The woman who, in the end, had saved me instead. I wanted to tell Rachel so many things, ask her so many questions, but all that could come later. Squeezing her hand back, I walked with her, away from the house. For now, this was enough. There is the end of the My Job is Watching a Woman Trapped in a Room. We will read the little short thank you, because why not? Thank you for reading my story. Thank you for all excitement and enjoyment of it. And thank you for all the questions and comments and support. I hope you enjoyed the last part of My Job. I love telling stories. I love writing them. And I love sharing them with others. It makes me very happy, and I'm excited, and sometimes a little nervous. This story, or these stories I should say, if you didn't click the link when Rachel speaks for the first time, please go back and do so before reading any further. Last warning, seriously. I don't remember if I clicked that. I'm not reading any more than... Okay, we're going to bed now. It has been a wonderful pleasure reading with you tonight, and I shall be passing you off to a dear friend of mine. You all know him, you all love him. I'm sending you off to our dear friend, Dickett, and I would love it if you joined me. There's a good chance I'll actually be joining him after this, once I've had a little to drink, because my throat is a little sore. But in the meantime, cheerio, ta-ra, ta-ta, cheery bye. I'm about to go, don't worry. But as ever, spread nothing but love. Ta-ra.